And they're off. The six-pack popped as one. Kurt's Choice has keen early speed. It is joined by Little Red Rifle. Through from the inside comes I'm Noble. Then in between horses is Glendale. Shading that one is My Calante. And at the back of the pack is Calico Joe. They head by the judges and spin around that first turn, and Kurt's Choice and Eduardo Gallardo will dictate terms here and lead it by just a half length. Little Red Rifle is right there. I'm Noble, a little bit rank on the inside, unhappy with that position, tracking those front two. Glendale, comfortable on the outside in fourth. Then it's My Calante, who's got 4 lengths to make up. And Calico Joe is the caboose, but just 5 lengths from front to back. 24 flat for the opening quarter, and there goes the one, I'm Noble. I'm Noble was rank and wanted to go, and right up the rail goes Luis Valenzuela to put some pressure on Kurt's Choice. Kurt's Choice comes right back at him on the outside. Little Red Rifle drops off those two and gets a good tracking trip along with Glendale. Now moving to the inside is My Calante, and spinning the wheels and going the wrong direction is Calico Joe. 48-3 to the half mile, and Kurt's Choice is yet to have a breather, but has the neck in front from I'm Noble. Little Red Rifle's looking for a way through, and Glendale's in with a chance. My Calante's got to do better as they charge down the Canterbury stretch, and I'm Noble barged up the inside and got that lead from Kurt's Choice, who's still there battling. My Calante catches the eye on the inside, and on the outside is Glendale. They run down to the final 50 yards, and I'm Noble's digging in, and I'm Noble hangs on. In the gate, and they're off. The youngsters all broke as one. In between horses, Out of the Dark flashes speed. Here comes Expound up the inside. Then it's Josh's Drama. One from the rail comes Got Ghosted. Kirill the Thrill is mid-pack, followed by Ben's Lake Thunder. On the outside is Johnny B. Gonny, and at the back of the pack is Carpe Gold. Expound, the long shot, leads it by a measured length. Out of the Dark is tracking coyly there. Here comes Johnny B. Gonny. He was a handful getting in the gate, and he's a handful right now. Full of run. Behind that one comes Got Ghosted. Kirill the Thrill still in with a chance. And then it's Ben's Lake Thunder as they bend around that turn. The long shot trying to hold off the favorite as Kylie Jordan still dictates terms on Expound. Breathing down her neck is Out of the Dark, and Out of the Dark is right there ready to pounce, and they charge down the Canterbury stretch, and Out of the Dark takes the lead away from Expound. Kirill the Thrill is on the inside. Then it's Got Ghosted, who now darts down towards the rail. As they come into the final furlong, it is Out of the Dark, a little erratic, but very talented and drawing off by 4. It finishes 5-4, 6 and 7. Ooh, Strabella off slow on the inside. The gray lost a couple lengths out of the gate. There goes Kooky Berry in the Patriotic Sooks to take the early lead. Grace Alace tracking that one from second. Then we come to Midnight Lane, who's a little rank. Shading that one is Dan's On By. Then on the inside is Honey Crisp, and after that slow start at the back is Strabella. Kooky Berry favored and leading by a long neck. On the outside is Grace Alace. Midnight Lane now settles into a nice stride, just 2 lengths off those leaders. Dan's On By and Kelsey Haar creep within 2 lengths of the leaders. Then it's Honey Crisp on the inside and Strabella at the back. 3 packs of 2, as on the outside, Grace Alace puts the head in front. Kooky Berry has an answer to the inside. Midnight Lane continues to get that great trip in third. Honey Crisp right there, just a couple lengths from behind. Now Strabella making a move, and Dan's On By is danced to the back of the pack. Kooky Berry went 49-2, and Kooky Berry now opens up a 2-length lead. Midnight Lane, roused by Roman. Out after that one, Grace Alace kind of spinning the wheels in third at the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Kooky Berry takes the lead, but Midnight Lane is stampeding on the outside. And Midnight Lane in tight with Kooky Berry. Kooky Berry trying to run with that one, but Midnight Lane well meant tonight. And Midnight Lane scores an upset. And they're off. Outside is Stability flashing patented early speed. PR Call Me Maybe is next. From in between horses is Lewis. Outside of that one comes Harleasy. And the last horse away is the gray, Baby It's Cold. They bend into that first turn, and Stability along with Harleasy are dueling on the front end. Lewis going to track from third. Inside comes Briartown. Railtown is outside. Between those two is Lipinski Union. Then it's a big gap of 6 lengths back to PR Call Me Maybe and Baby It's Cold. Quick opening quarter mile, 23-4. Stability hounded every step of the way by Harleasy. Those two have gone 3 lengths clear of Lewis. Briartown has saved all the ground to the inside. Lipinski Union starting to unwind, as is Railtown. PR Call Me Maybe's got 8 to make up, and nothing from Baby It's Cold, and Stability is still there, and Harleasy is still in chase mode. Briartown waiting to pounce on the inside at the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Stability trying to shake clear here. Stability by 2 lengths. Briartown out after that one. Middle of the track is PR Call Me Maybe, but Stability going, and gone. Stability, an easy victory here. Up for second comes PR Call Me Maybe. And they're off. In between horses, Motown is quick, so is Mach 2. Then up the inside comes Superstar Swank in the purple and gold. Outside of horses is Morning Thunder. Gap of 3 lengths now back to Zenyarty Bones. Latin Force is right there. Commissioner Oscar's got 10 lengths to make up, and at the back is West Dakota. And Motown and Double H take the lead and lead by 2.5 from Superstar Swank. Mach 2 all in, trying to keep up in third. Latin Force is catching the eye and closing in. Nothing from Commissioner Oscar, and Motown leads it, but that lead is diminishing. Here comes Superstar Swank, and Superstar Swank with a bold move to the top of the Canterbury stretch. Superstar Swank and Eduardo Gallardo opening up here. Commissioner Oscar flashing from the back of the pack, but what a move by Superstar Swank from that pesky inside post, making it look easy for Mac Robertson. 1-3 and a photo. And they're off in the Remsen Bells Derby, and the field came out as one. The hot favorite, Loring Park, flashing some keen early speed. On the outside comes Big Pete, and along with that one is Star of Stars. Making a bold move in the early stages is Back to Selling. Then we come back to Star Mission. At the tail of the field comes Swamp Drainer. They've run by the judges, and they've been through that first turn, and Star of Stars leads it at 40-1 and leads it by a measured length. Back to Selling is pressing the pace from second. The favorite, Loring Park, comfortable in third, with just 4 lengths to make up. Then it's Big Pete, who shades Swamp Drainer, gap of 2 to Mr. Cougar. And at the tail of the field is Star Mission. They went 23-2 for that opening quarter mile, and the long shot's trying to pull a big upset here as Erica Murray guides Star of Stars to a half-length lead. Back to Selling is still right there, pressing the pace from second, and now the favorite, Loring Park and Lindy Wade, move off the rail and start to make a bold move into third. Swamp Drainer is next. Then it's Big Pete spinning the wheels. Mr. Cougar is unwinding, and still nothing from Star Mission. They went 47 flat, and this 40-1 is still there. Star of Stars is leading, but here comes Loring Park to the outside, and Mr. Cougar follows that one. Swamp Drainer looking for a way through, and they charge down the Canterbury stretch, and Loring Park is roused to the lead. Loring Park takes the lead away from that long shot. Mr. Cougar is flashing from the crowd, but Loring Park pays the people impressively in the 6th. They're in the gate, and they're off. Kathy Wagon broke out sharply. Inside is Streakin' Courts. Middle of the track, Little Zorrito. Little Zorrito, Kathy Wagon, One New Year Boy Fly. Here's the wire, Little Zorrito in front. And they're off. The 2 grays to the inside broke nicely. So did Famous Painted Wagon. It's Isa Be Quick. My Owners broke. Famous Painted Wagon. The inside 3 are dominating. Famous Painted Wagon. Famous Painted Wagon from a hard-charging Fanatic. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Miss Lucia Winehandle leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Ere the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good afternoon and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed as fast. And the turf if you'll get your programs open, we'll go over tonight's 8-race Maiden, Minnesota program. No changes in the first two. The daily double is clean. Races 1 and 2 offer no changes. In race number 3, one of our 2 scratches on the entire card. Scratch number 7, Smart Leah. Race 3, take out the 7. Races 4, 5, and 6. All clean. No changes in races 4, 5, and 6. Race 7, scratch the 4, JJ's Wildcat. In race 7, take out number 4. Race 8 offers no changes. Stakes races in races 1, 4, 6, and 8. Stakes races 1, 4, 6, and 8. Main track fast. Turf course firm. Up next, everything you need to know that's going on at Canterbury Park, not just today, but throughout the weekend and into the rest of the season. A month to go here. For all the details, here comes Angela Herman and Jeff Madej.
Well, thank you, Kevin Gorg. That's right. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. Here we are in the First Bet studio inside the Dark Star press box. It's Made in Minnesota night, and that means we've got great racing, and we've got a beer fest. Hundreds of beers to be sampled. Hundreds, including one of those, I'm guessing. One of Minnesota's best beers, a Summit. But you can go down there. Tickets are available. Just check in near the Silks area. You can get involved in the beer festival because it's a lot of fun. And what goes better on a hot night with horse racing than a cold beer?
That's very true. That's very true. And I mean, it's a Minnesota theme from some of the local beers to the racing. We got a lot of Minnesota breads to the attire. Everything tonight is a Minnesota themed because it is Made in Minnesota night.
I've got my Ed Ross Hardy Twins jersey on
Show
here.
the camera.
And you've got your Twins jersey, and you're going to do what? Let's see if I know if I can turn this around without disconnecting. But there it is. Ed Ross Hardy.
Ed Ross Hardy.
There it is. Now that's my Twins jersey. That's one of a kind. I had it specially made. Now, Mouse has been doing, John Mouse Mickelson, you've heard of him. You know him. You've watched his work for 30 years here at Canterbury Park. He's put a lot of work into this. We've got the oar back here. We're rowing the boat with PJ.
I won't touch it. I don't dare touch it, but there it is.
Yeah. Remember when PJ rowed across the pond out there? That was fun.
Row the boat. No, that pond has had a lot of good years in the Canterbury Report, too.
That's a fair point. But so you're going to see a lot of Minnesota-themed things, including fun facts. For example, and this is going to happen throughout the night, but for example, the first snowblower was designed for home use. It was created in Bloomington, Minnesota.
It's kind of fitting, isn't it?
1951, Toro, and that they're still there. Toro is still based in Minnesota, in Bloomington. Now, when you're snow blowing, it's cold because we're not snow blowing now. We're about 2 months out from snow blowing.
Stop.
You do?
More than that.
Got another Minnesota created product. And not only is it stylish, but it's practical. And this idea was designed in Minnesota. It's called the Bobber Hat. You go to bobberhat.com. You can get one of these. They make great gifts. Really, really good gifts. I've got one.
Stocking stuffers
for sure. They look great when you're wearing them when you're out there snow blowing, and it's just so fashionable. There's a few of them left. Not many, because they were very popular over the holiday season. Bobberhat.com. There you go. Check it out. That's just part of the fun that we're going to have tonight with some of the things that John's got planned.
Right. Yeah, we were going to be mentioning a lot of different Minnesota factoids along the way and work them into some of the bits, the races, and everything that's great about Minnesota, including some of the stakes racing that we have tonight, too. It goes from the very beginning to the very end, the Oaks to the Derby.
That's right. We start with a $100,000 race. We end with a $100,000 race with some stakes races and other races, including a 2-year-old dash in between. So it's really a fun night. I think the pools are going to be big tonight. There's a lot of different wagering options. But let's take a look here at the Oaks. That's race number 1. There's going to be a prohibitive favorite. In fact, there's about $20,000 already to show on the 2, Cupid's Crush.
Right, I know, and that money was coming in early and has come in steadily since then. I mean, I guess why shouldn't it? Cupid's Crush has been dominant this year, and she's faced not just Minnesota breds along the way. You know, she beat Open Company in the Curtis Sampson Oaks. She's proven that really nothing fetters her. You can take her long on the turf. You can do short on the dirt. Cupid's Crush is a very, very talented daughter of Cupid, and it'll take a big effort to beat her. But we were just talking about, before we went on air, Lover Girl, who won the Northern Lights debutante last year. She's a big, sizey filly. There's been a lot of work into her, and now this will be her 3rd start as a 3-year-old. Possibly a threat to Cupid's Crush. Maybe not the show bettors, but those on the win end of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lover Girl's due to run a big race, and then why wouldn't you do it when there's $100,000 on the line? I like that idea. Now, the Glitter Star, that's a tough race as well.
Yeah.
Charlie's Penny, and we talked about this earlier in the week, and I was talking with someone today. She won impressively here, went down to Hawthorne, and just really didn't show much. I mean, it was a decent field. It was a stakes race, but she is stakes. I think she can run anywhere in the country.
Yeah,
it was a dull
she
effort.
has.
So now the question, are we going to see the real Charlie's Penny tonight?
Well, we find out if we get the real Charlie's Penny tonight doing this, or if maybe on Festival Day we maybe see her at a little less distance. I don't know. I guess it depends how she'll run in the Glitter Star, but you got a chance to go back and get up close and personal with Charlie's Penny. If you didn't catch the video footage Jeff got, he got to go take a look at her and how she's come back since Hawthorne. I mean, what did you think? Did it look like she had even taken the trip? She looked pretty dang good.
She looked great to me, but she always does. It's one of my favorite horses. She is just all class, looks great. Kind of was ignoring me. I don't think she, she's not looking for fans. That's the whole thing with her. She's very modest. So.
Well, not many women do, Jeffrey. You can get a break every once in a while. Charlie's Penny, oh well. Let's move on to the male side of things, shall we? The Wally's Choice, a little bit later in the card. I took a mild upset in the Wally's Choice. I want to see if Devil Vision, even though I think he'll probably need this one, doesn't get a good setup, with the thought that maybe nobody wants to let the Alligator Hunter get away on the front end, and maybe people will use themselves a bit more than they normally would, trying to make sure that he doesn't get a lonely lead. Now, Devil Vision isn't going to be the one to probably do it himself, but this was one of the more complex races, I thought, of the stakes that were in the cards for Maiden Minnesota night. But you have a fondness for a horse just a bit further inside the gate.
Well, I'm looking at Devil Vision. I think that horse, I believe I drove all the way to Keeneland. Is this the horse that won at Keeneland?
Yep, I definitely got a picture from you and T-Pop of Devil Vision winning.
Went down to bet on Hot Shot Kid, who happened to be in the same race as Devil Vision wins, and Hot Shot Kid does not win, and I lose. Now, who do I love in here? Oh, I love Xavier Dave.
Of course you do,
Xavier Dave,
silly.
That horse is very, very fast. But so's the Alligator Hunter. I think that's a really great race, and it just showcases what's taken place over the last 10 years in breeding in Minnesota. The quality of the horses that we see now, top to bottom, is so much deeper than it had been.
Absolutely, and horses that can go and do a number of things. We don't just see them once or twice a season, because they can go in a lot of these stakes races because they have that quality to them where they have, the right mind, the right tools, the right speed, and it makes it fun to watch and catch up with them, because you can get to know some of these horses as they get older in their careers and carry on. I mean, you mentioned Hot Shot Kid, a great example of that. Maybe some of these 3-year-olds in the Derby will become one of those horses that we can watch for a long time. Both of those races are involved in that 10% takeout pick 5. This is the way that it's going to end in the Derby. And, of course, a lot of the questions are being directed at the outside horse.
Yeah, Sir Sterling is the horse to beat, absolutely. I'm wondering what kind of price that we're going to get. I think 2-1 would be a dream. I think the horse is going to get bet down based on those open length victories sprinting.
Yeah.
Stretching out, who knows? And Tony Ringsdorf trains Sir Sterling, but also trains West Island. And they're kind of identical horses. Now, Sir Sterling's faster, but maybe not out of the gate faster. They both love to be on the front end.
Yes, that has been their preference thus far in sprinting. but we do find out what they can do and how tractable they are in going 2 turns. You don't have to find that out with all of them, but that is one of the best parts about these races, is that you see a lot of them stretch out, try different things for the first time. And as you're betting these races, as you're betting the pick 4s, the pick 5s, if you bet $100, you get 20 of it back.
That's right. And that's if you use your First Bet or your Express Bet app, and you should have it. You can bet on your phone. If you don't, well, if you don't have this app, you just stop down to Track Level Info Center.
Yep.
Talk to them. They'll walk you through it. They'll get your MVP card, which you want to have anyway, hooked up with the First Bet app, so you're getting points on both sides, and then you can take advantage of this bonus. Maybe you just jump in and bet 100 a show on Cupid's Crush with everybody else.
Yeah, join the club, I suppose. Yeah, you have to opt in for that, and just make sure you register, whether it's on Express Bet, First Bet, whichever one you're on, and ta-da! You bet 100, they'll put it right back in your account, the $20. There's also an Express Bet contest going on tonight, and you can also play it here. $300 Canterbury Park Maiden, Minnesota handicapping tournament. Tell us more.
Yeah, it's a $100 entry, $200 live bankroll. You're making 5 $20 win place bets on, and you're choosing 5 of the 8 races that we run tonight. It's 100%, or pardon me, 0 takeout. So 100% of the entry fees are paid back as prizes, and the prize is a $2,000 entry into a September 13th live money betting contest. So I just talked to Superstats Dave, who, by the way, he sells a tip sheet downstairs. He's played, he's entered, he's getting
there he is.
Just one jumping by.
Yeah, heel clicking by.
Yeah, I mean he's trying to do, he's excited about playing in this contest. It's a good way to use the skills that you already have and the handicapping you've already done to earn an even bigger prize. And speaking of prizes and using your skills, poker, Monday night, the Leg Up Fun charity poker tournament. You're going to be playing in that. It's a no-limit hold'em event. Starts around 6:30. $100 gets you in. 50 of that goes to the Leg Up Fund. The Leg Up Fund, of course, helps jockeys who get injured while riding at Canterbury, exercise riders that might get hurt in the morning. There's an horse aftercare portion of it as well. So there's a lot of great things, and you love playing poker. It's fun to meet the jocks, the trainers, some of the other personalities right out here at the park. Now, we talked about the fun facts, and now we can see here the 10 most famous people from Minnesota. Look at some of these. Prince, F. Scott Fitzgerald.
I mean, get right down to the main attraction.
But then, yeah, look at the bottom of the list. He even makes the top 10. The 1985 hockey state champion goalie, Kevin Gore.
Now, if they're listening, I don't know if they are, but what are the odds that the captain of the Wayzata Club hockey team gets mentioned as one of these most famous people in Minnesota?
He just missed the cut. I think he was number 11, John the Mouse Mickelson. He's in our top 10. He's always been in my top 10. He's in your top 10 as well. We love the Mouse, and he's going to do a great job today entertaining you with those fun facts and just the whole production. You're going to be out on the turf course. It's going to be fantastic. But Kevin Gorg, who is in that top 10, is waiting to get busy telling you who he likes along with Paul Allen. That's the Today at the Races show, sponsored by K-Fan, and that's coming up now.
Guys.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome to Minnesota Maid Day at Canterbury Park. You can tell by the jersey yours truly is wearing. This would be he's JJ. And here with Kevin Gorg, Kaprizov shoots and Kaprizov scores. It's Minnesota Maid Day at Canterbury with a bunch of Minnesotans prepping for the Festival of Champions. Speaking of Minnesota Maid, the music by Prince Rogers Nelson.
Yes.
God rest his soul, a Minneapolis native. The man executing his toil in the television department, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, a Wyzetta native. Dave Handelin, super stats, selling Dave's faves, those green sheets over there by the gift shop. Well, he's from Onamia, Minnesota. And Kevin Gorg, a Burnsville, Minnesota native, with the Thrill representation. Just terrific, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Fun card of racing ahead. We got 4 stakes races. Love the Minnesota bred program. Love the connections. We get to, as analysts, go down there. Angela and I will be interviewing those winners after their big victories, handing out trophies, making big money, $100,000 races. It's going to be a great night.
Now, the theme with the jerseys will be a common thread throughout the evening with Kevin and Angela, another member of the STEAM team. Also, leading up to the stakes races, we have some tricks up our sleeves as we throw it down to KG and or Angela in the paddock. So pay close attention to the television presentation tonight. It has a Minnesota-made feel, as do these salted nut rolls.
The best. I love those things.
I love salted nut rolls, and everybody here is about ready to love a bunch too. But we have salted nut roll related intel, and I'm Paul Allen. The salted nut roll was introduced by Pearson's Candy Company in St. Paul during the Great Depression of 1933, a year after the Payday Bar was introduced and entered into a market that included various types of nut roll candies. After the product's introduction, the name was changed to the Choo Choo Bar. To be distinguishable among competitors, but it eventually was changed back to the salted nut roll. What I like about this is I like salted nut rolls better than Paydays, but they recognize that Payday, was doing some stuff, so they're like, you know what, we're going to do our own thing here. And we're going to do our own thing, too. Who wants salted nut rolls? Because they're flying into the crowd. We got any peanut allergies here? If we got some peanut allergies, and you have a problem with the peanut allergies, then you can take all of that to John Gruen. John Gruen is the one. Oh, here we go over here. Okay, now hopefully my arm's not Josh Freeman-like, because that means they'll be catching it at Prairie Meadows. Here we go. Hey, well, that was very Christian Ponder-like into the wind. And there we go. All right? Hey! Salted nut rolls. Don't leave home without them. All right. Oh, yeah. Wait. In this book of bits, I almost forgot something. As the Minnesota theme goes, on the third level, we have, Johnny, what do we have on the third level? Tater tot. Don't think Post-it notes are done for the night. No. We have tater tot hot dish upstairs, and we have Minnesota poutine in the card casino at what we used to call Trifecta, but it's our diner in there. Oh, and my son Derek Allen, he's Minnesota made, born in Minneapolis. He's working at Chip's Bar. We got Minnesota made just handled tonight.
What a night!
Real? Let's have a good time. First race 251. Cupid's Crush should win the race for sure. It's the Minnesota Oaks, 35th running. How do you, it also starts the post time pick 4. How do you bet this thing?
You single the horse in the pick 4, which I'm doing, and we'll get to my ticket later tonight. And you just take back and watch what should be one of the most talented young fillies we've seen in this state in a very long time. She wins on turf. She wins on dirt. She wins going short. She wins going long. Her weapon is her speed. She's so very cool. I guess if you wanted to try something creative here, I've got the race 2, 3, 4, but you could do a straight 2-4 exacta. Try to get the 4 horse into second above Lover Girl, who likely goes second choice. But really single on the pick 4, and we've got somebody out there that when the board opened up put $10,000 to show. So they're going to try to make their 5 cents on the dollar that way. But bottom line is I love this horse. I love her owners, the McGowans that represent Extreme Racing. So it's going to be a fun race for me to watch because I'm a big fan.
We have a yip clip, so let's do it right. Got it. Thank you, Yip Yip. Here's what I'm going to do in the first race. I think number 5, Anna, at 2 turns, is going to be running on late. So I think Cupid's Crush wins. I'm going to make a $30 straight exacta, 2-5, and that's going to be it for me in race number 1. I pick it 2-5-1. The second race, here comes the baby girls. And in this one, we have no Minnesotans. They didn't get the salted nut roll, posted note, Tonka Toys message, but that's okay. We have 6 of them battling. 4 are debutantes. The 3 puts on the blinkers, and which is an indicator to kind of control the speed and get the horse to pay more attention. I went 6-3-5 here. I know you like that 6.
I like the 6. I like the outside too, and I'm going to take a real good look at both these youngsters in the paddock. I think Extreme Smoke Show and Temperatures Lady both have the bloodlines to win early, both have good workouts and come from good barns. So I've got the race 6-5, 2-1, but this is a very, very tough race. If you're playing the pick 4, this is a race you're probably going to want to spread.
Yeah, it's for me, Extreme Smoke Show is the first-time starter. I generally don't like to take first-time starters unless I have steam, but you got 4 or 6 in here debuting. I picked the 3 second. That one has experience and was off slowly, puts the blinkers on, and has some good analytics with a maiden second start for the trainer, 33%. First blinkers, only 2 starts, but he won 1 of them. 2-year-olds, he's won 2 of 5. So Esteban Martinez has done quite well this season. That's why a large reason I put that 1 second. So 6-3-5 for me. By the way, I forgot to tell you this. I was going to wear my cousin's jersey. I opted for JJ. I mean, everybody loves JJ. But I didn't want to wear my cousin's jersey because I didn't want to leave the hot tub and have people complain I make too much money. And I always lose the stakes races with my handicapping because I can't win the big one.
Plus, you didn't have the chains.
Yep, and I don't have Kirko chains.
Got to have the Kirko chains.
Yeah, so I opted for JJ. Race number 3. Race number 3 is on the main track. Scratch number 7, Smart Leah. Scratch number 7, Smart Leah. Here, I take number 5, Going At It. All members of the Steam team are on number 5, Going At It. When Angela, Kevin, and I get together and we all pick the same horse, it's winning this season at 69%. So 5-3-1 for me. What do you like?
I like it 5-6-2, and I think the 5 might get over bet. So if the 6 happens to be around that 6-1 morning line, I'm going to do an exacta box with the 5 and 6, but I could dabble with the 6 with a win bet because I don't see a lot of great separation between either one of these horses, but it is Joel Burnt on a class drop, and he is as good as it gets in terms of training. So I go 5, 6, and 2, but I'm going to give that 6 a long look.
Yeah, and for me, it's we've just seen it so many times this season where Joel Burnt, our leading trainer, he co-won the title last year. When he puts horses on these massive drops, I said it last time, and the horse aired with the Uloa, Joel's not going to put an unsound or bad horse on the track. He's doing this because he has so many horses that, and likewise for the owners, Lothenbach Stables, just it's kind of a way to weed out things before you move on to Delta or whatever. And some of these horses that he's dropped, like that one he dropped down to 4,000 and went 109 and 2. There was a 3-way shake, and the group that got the horse, I can't remember the name, was super happy. But then again, Joel and Bob know that they just need more room in their down the shed road.
Well, he did it 2 nights ago while you were in Seattle with the Vikes with Loring Park. Loring Park took a double dip from Allowance Company into claiming. They won and won easily with Lindy in the saddle, and they lose the horse for 15, but they get the winner's share of the purse. And they're not afraid, like you said, because they're traveling at the end of this meet in September, and they've got 40, 60 horses, whatever it is. So you're right, thin the herd a little bit, make some money, drop them into a spot where they can win, so that horse probably wins.
Yeah, and Going At It is a Minnesota bred on Minnesota-made night, going against Open Company. There's probably just not a lot you can do with Going At It outside of here, so I completely understand it. Race number 4. Race number 4 begins the pick 5, closes the pick time, post time pick 4. This is a very key race. If you're live in the pick 4 and you're starting the pick 5. Now Kevin's on number 3, Start Singing. Angela's on number 5, Molly's Angel. I'm on number 6, Charlie's Penny. Something has to give here, KG.
Yeah, and I think you can make a pretty strong case for the 1. With Double H, you can make a case for the 2. She's My Warrior, who might be loose on the lead. But in the end, if you're going to try to beat the 2 big monsters to the outside, and I think Molly's Angel and Charlie's Penny are both going to be around 8-5, likely going to be co-favored. I thought about it. I thought the 3 might get a really good trip. The 2 and 4 are going to go. And here's this 3, this up-and-comer that looks like a horse that's on the improve for Tony Rengsdorf, might get that perfect trip. So I'm going to give the horse a try. She'll be 6-7 to 1. There's no way I'm doing a pick 4 or a pick 5 without the 5 and 6 on the ticket as well. So I go 3, 5, and 6, looking for a little value.
And acceptance from many members of the Canterbury Park throng here taking in today at the races, including Grandpa C. Back there by the flowers.
There he is.
He was nodding, just agreeing with all the top 3
He
picks
has,
there.
he has a good way of handicapping.
Charlie's Penny, the buyer speed figure for those of you who handicap was a 78, actually higher than the Lady Slipper. Surprised me a little bit. We all watched that race rooting for Lindy, and Charlie's Penny was nothing close to anything we've seen.
She was flat.
But that doesn't mean third off the layoff, she's going to be flat here.
Right.
If you have the belief that race she wasn't fully cranked up, and then now you get to a couple of stakes races, one for 65 and the other on Festival of Champions Day with a bigger purse, I absolutely think she brings her A game tonight. This actually could be a rare below 2 to 1 bet for me if it's 8 to 5 or higher. I really like Charlie's Penny against Minnesotans. She just never loses to them, and getting in against Minnesota breds I think is going to make all the difference. I took Molly's Angel second. She was special last time. Now, the distance, that's tricky for Molly's Angel. So if she's going to offer up what she did last time and be able to get that extra 16th, that extra football field, then maybe I'll lose. But I took her second. Now, it's her time, number 4. That's the wild card for me. She's improving every single race. She just lost to Molly's Angel. Top of the stretch, it's her time was no joke. Then all of a sudden, things just went wrong, and she got tired. But she's tighter. So she's going to keep that 2 company, and I just think it's her time is sitting on a very big race tonight. I'm going to pick it 6-5-4. Let's get over to race number 5. We have 10 claimers going 7.5 furlongs on a turf course that is listed as firm. How you handle this one?
Well, I'm a fan of the 6. You and I both caught this horse a couple starts back in early July at 11 to 1. She's sharp right now. I thought she ran a really good race last time, did all the dirty work before fading to third. I think she's going to get a super trip, too. I think, the one horse clearly is going to go from the inside with Luis Valenzuela. I think this 6, though, sits right where you want to, just off the pace and pounces. Lady Claire is interesting. I know Superstats Dave likes Lady Claire. She's super interesting for Troy. So I go 6, 4, and 3, and I will be win betting the 6.
Yeah, the 6 is going to be a single in my pick 5, and I'm hoping this horse isn't like super heavily favored. I think Jewel Azul will take money, 1,000 Dreams will take money with Harry, but pretty much everything Kevin said, I'm in lockstep. She's just been sharp, and she's able to handle the surface. So 6, 4, 3 for me. Race number 6 is the Wally's Choice. This used to be the Classic Championship on Minnesota Festival of Champions Day. It's named for one of the greats in the history of Canterbury Park racing, Wally's Choice, owned by Wally the Beer Man, Wally McNeil. And the defending champ is number 3, the Alligator Hunter. It really makes this race intriguing because the Alligator Hunter, even at this distance, is a little scary because the horse is just so talented. Xavier Dave's looking to win 3 in a row. I'm on the outside because Vinny's a Canuck. I'll tell you why in a minute. Why do you like Xavier Dave?
Xavier Dave is just razor sharp right now. He's just doing things the right way. Now, these last couple of efforts have been on the grass, but his main track start was awesome. He chased down One in Vermilion, forced that horse all the way to the wire, who was 1 to 5 that day. And I just think Xavier Dave has the running style to put pressure on the Alligator Hunter, who looks like Lone Speed on paper. I don't think Gallardo's going to let him get away. Only thing I'll say about this race that's interesting, if you're looking for a price, is I think Gallardo has to go on Xavier Dave.
Yep.
We know the Alligator Hunter will be out there.
Yep.
If they hook up and if they go eyeball to eyeball for a long time in this race, do not sleep on the outside 2 horses. Both Devil Vision and Cuz Vinny's a Canuck will be charging late, and if they duel up front, something crazy could happen here.
Well, Devil Vision, that horse's last win, less than a year ago, by the way, it was Zach Keeneland in a $50,000 claimer with a purse of probably like $60,000. I'm completely in lockstep with you on that. Now, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, I think I'm going to get a really good price on a Joel Burnt trained horse who I think the longer they go, the better this horse is. And I just, of all the horses in the race outside of Devil Vision, but that one hasn't run since May. I just trust this one at this particular distance the most. I probably will need a little speed battle, but nevertheless, I'm just envisioning getting Joel Byrne at 8-1 in a stakes race with a horse who's made almost $100,000 in 10 starts. So taking a little bit of a stab here, I'm going to go 6, 3, and 1. Those of you just joining, your announcer Paul Allen, Kevin Gorg, one of the analysts, Kirill Kaprizov jersey. He's JJ, Justin Jefferson jersey. It's Minnesota Maid Day, so we're representing not only here, but in the paddock and with some television bits throughout the night. Also, we have Tater Tot Hot Dish in Minnesota fashion on the 3rd level, and we have Minnesota Poutine. That sounds quite enticing in the card casino at the Trifecta spot, the deli there. So enjoy Minnesota Maid evening. Race number 7, the penultimate on Minnesota Maid night. Scratch number 4, JJ's Wildcat. Who do you like?
I'm going to try the inside horse. I'm going to try the 1, Direct Action. I love Miguel Angel Silva, the trainer. The horse seems to love Canterbury. 10 starts on the main track, 7 for 10, very consistent in the trifecta. And I love the running style inside. This horse should get a really good stalking trip at 6 furlongs. Johnny Up's the horse to beat, no doubt about it. And then the 7 horse to me is super interesting to the outside for Timmy P. I go 1, 3, and 7.
Yeah, I ended up with Summer All Year. I'm not a dart throwing kind of. This owner, is due a win. This trainer's due a win or whatever, or colors or names or whatever. However, we've just done this so long. We know on days like this, owner Pete Matson wins a bunch of races. Yep. And he co-owns this horse. Now, it's a claimer. They go on a little bit of a drop. However, for this race, getting back on the main track, I don't think will hurt. I mean, why would it? The horse is 1 for 13 and 1 for 7 on the main track. And I just don't think Summer All Year is as faulty or as bad as he's shown the last 2 races. So I think against $7,500 claimers, I think he's going to jump back to life a little bit. Hopefully he wins at a decent price. 7-6-3 for me. 8th race is Ballyhooed. It's the 30th running of the Minnesota Derby for 100 dimes. I take number 8, Sir Sterling, looking to win 4 in a row, trying 2 turns for the first time. That's and from an outside post. So Salt of the Earth knows exactly what to do with this horse, and I'm sure he'll execute it. 8-5-1 for me. You like Roses by Liam?
I think the distance is the great equalizer here. I think if we're sprinting, I think the 8's a complete standout in this race. I think at 1 mile and 70 yards, though, if I look at the bloodlines, and Sir Sterling's a super nice horse, and I want to see Tony Rengsdorf win this race. It's a race he's always wanted to win, and it's a race that he's got the best horse in it today. Now, can this horse get the right trip? I don't know. The inside 2 horses both have speed. One of those 2 inside horses is a barn mate of Sir Sterling. So my guess is the 2 and the 8 aren't going to go eyeball to eyeball, but the 1 is a problem. And I just think Roses by Liam loves this distance. It's Pete Matson. To your point, Pete wins on days like this. So I like the 4. I think the 4 is the most likely winner, but I do think the 8 would be a great story for all of us to tell if I get to interview Tony Rengsdorf, a Minnesota guy on Maiden Minnesota night, winning his first Minnesota Derby, one of the nicest human beings on the planet. So I got a lot of friends in this race. I got to be careful how I word this, but I would be very, very impressed if Tony Rengsdorf could win this race. It'd be fun for everybody.
You see our friend Jay Litza over there, the handicapper for the Star Tribune. He's got a little something like on his lip.
Might be that tater tot hat. Hot dish.
I'm going to share the story. You guys think it's completely white collar and easy being a handicapper for the Star Tribune? Well, he had the audacity to not pick 8 of 8 winners the other day. He picked 7 of 8, so somebody punched him for not going 8 of 8.
No.
On behalf of Litza and Mitch Blood Green, everybody in television, and all of us here on Minnesota Maid Day, including Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Kevin's going to carry you through the Minnesota Oaks. I'm going to head upstairs and introduce these owners and stuff like that. Enjoy Minnesota Maid Day. Thank you, everybody, for coming out.
Thanks, everybody.
Very, very large crowd here. And thank you for believing in and enjoying Canterbury. I'll talk to you later. Go ahead.
Oh, you got your phone, Paul. Hey. All right, let's handicap this race as the horses get ready to come out here in the paddock. This is the first of 4 stakes races. It's the $100,000 Minnesota Oaks. And You can look at the betting board. It's not a big mystery here. There's going to be a big-time favorite in Cupid's Crush. So I worked at the breakfast at the rail this morning. One of the questions I got was, how do you make money in a race where the horse is going to be heavily favored? I thought it was a good question. There are multiple ways now to make money. When I first started playing the game back in the mid-'80s, it was win, place, or show or go home. 1 to 5, you couldn't make any money. Now you've got other options. Paul and I talked about it. If you, like us, believe that the 2 horse is the best horse in this race and she's going to win, rather than bet $10 to win $12 back, you can do what we call a straight exacta, where in your mind you'd look at that horse and say, all right, I'll acknowledge Cupid's Crush is probably going to live up to her name and she's going to win. I'm going to try to figure out who's going to run second, and I'll do a $10 straight exacta and try to turn 1 to 5 into 3 or 4 to 1 and get back $40 or $50. If I did that, right now looking at the betting board, I'm intrigued by a couple of horses. And I guess I talked about this a couple minutes ago, but I think the 4 Check Cashing Connie has a legitimate chance to stretch out, have some success, and finish second. Paul likes Anna, the 5. Gary Shear is a trainer that trains for stamina. So I think 4 or 5 both could upset the apple cart and run second. You could do a straight exacta. I'm going to single the horse in my pick 4, and that's another way you could turn a 1 to 5 shot into a horse that pays a heck of a lot more money. There are still other horses in this race, and 1 to 5s do lose. So let's look at Thunder's Rock and Roll, who was on the fence after winning impressively last week in a turf sprint. And she adds a little intrigue because she's fast early, and that's what the favorite wants to do. The favorite, Cupid's Crush, has speed. So I think the 1 staying in the race is super interesting because she can put some pressure on Cupid's Crush. Now, the 2 just went by, looks spectacular. It's Mac Robertson, one of the greatest, if not the greatest trainers in the history of this racetrack. This horse has just been so impressive. She's won short, long, turf, dirt. She's really, really talented, and she does it with speed. So we'll see what kind of trip she gets. Her jockey, Eduardo Gallardo, is outstanding at getting a horse out of the gate cleanly and being in position. She probably goes to the lead, but with the 1 in there, it'll be interesting to see how they separate themselves into that first turn. Now, last year, Lover Girl, the 3, was good enough to beat Cupid's Crush and did so in a $100,000 stakes race last September. So the potential is there for Lover Girl to re-find her form. This year in 2 efforts against Cupid's Crush, she ran second, beaten 8 lengths. She ran 4th, beaten 15 lengths. So she'll have to reverse that trend and do it in a hurry. But you know she's got the back class, and you know she's bred to get the distance. Her grandsire is AP Indy, who won the Belmont Stakes, the longest race we run on dirt in this country. Here comes the 4. Here comes Check Cashing Connie. 8 Cherry Hernandez, outstanding job by him this morning at breakfast on the rail, giving up some of his time to entertain the fans. He leads in the Jockey's Chase for a Championship, which he won last year. And he's got a horse here that I think will get a really good stalking trip from behind that favorite and try to clomp in there for second. Paul likes Anna to hit the ticket. That's the 5 horse. Lindy Wade for Gary Shear. The daddy, Animal Kingdom, won the Kentucky Derby, so she's all about this distance. And as I mentioned earlier, Gary Shear is a fantastic trainer, and he trains for stamina. His horses finish races. So I think the 5 absolutely has a chance to be charging down the stretch when they turn for home. It's history in the making on Maiden, Minnesota night. This is the first of 4 stakes races, fans. It's the $100,000 Minnesota Oaks. The ladies have left the paddock. They're going to head down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track. We'll get the call to the post. It's time for you to make your bets. Get by that rail and take in history as the Minnesota Oaks is coming up and coming at you next.
Canterbury Park bugler Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the racetrack, which is fast, to begin the post-time pick 4. And we are very proud to present the 35th running of the $100,000 Minnesota Oaks. And here they are. Number 1 is Thunder's Rock and Roll, owned by Bob Lindgren and trained by Burnell Roan. In the irons, Alonzo Quinones. Number 2 is Cupid's Crush. This favored filly is owned by Extreme Racing, trained by Mac Robertson, and ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Number 3 is Lover Girl. This one is ridden by Carlo Lopez, owned by Gary and Brenda Bergsrud, and the trainer is Matt Williams. This also is the first race Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner. And we thank the groom, Josue Santana, for doing awesome work with Lover Girl. Number 4 is Check Cashing Connie, owned by Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson. The trainer, Mac Robertson. In the irons, Harry Hernandez. Number 5 is Anna, owned by Jeff Zlonis and Steve Goldfine. The trainer, Gary Shearer. In the irons, Lindy Wade. A quintet for the 2023 Minnesota Oaks to the gate 5 minutes from now.
All right, race fans, time to look at the post-time pick 4. The ticket I've assembled today is a $12 ticket. We're trying to stretch the odds of Cupid's Crush, who we're all on board with here, as a horse that's going to be awfully tough to beat in this race. Right now, 2-5. So how do we up the odds? We single and we spread. Single her in the first, spread in race 2. A wide open maiden race. We'll use 1, 2, 5, and 6. In the third, outside 2 horses for me, both the 5 and the 6. 6 is 6-1. That would really intensify this pick 4. And then 3, 5, and 6 in the Glitter Star, which is another stakes race in race number 4. Here's the ticket. $12 is the number. 2 with 1, 2, 5, 6. With 5, 6. With 3, 5, and 6. It's the first of many, many outstanding wagers. And that post-time pick 4 offers a 10% takeout, which is the lowest in the industry. Play the pick 4, enjoy the stakes races. It all comes together and kicks off in 3 minutes. It's a $100,000 stakes race. Angela Herman and myself are at the finish line where that money gets decided. And Angela, rumors that the inside horse Thunder's Rock and Roll off a win last week might scratch. She's got speed. The favorite has speed. And with her in there, maybe a little more intrigue.
It could be a little bit more intriguing, and I think that Cupid's Crush will be able to stay off her if she does decide to go for the lead. She just drew well enough to the outside of Thunder's Rock and Roll, I think, where the decision gets left to her as opposed to the inside horse and gives her that much more of an edge.
And watching these horses warm up. And again, our television crew here at Canterbury so good at giving you a look, not just in the paddock, but when they get out here and warm up. And I'm all about Cupid's Crush here. I'm a huge fan of Extreme Stables. Their owners are phenomenal for our game. She just looks, Angela, so professional warming up. You don't see this in horse racing. Horses that love turf and love dirt, most like one or the other, she does it well on either surface, and she does it at almost any distance.
Yeah, I think the one that you can draw from Cupid's Crush is her class. It doesn't matter what they want her to do. And she comes from a very classy family, too, that was adaptable as she is. And she'll show her stuff out here, I'm sure, at a short number again, probably 1 to 9 by the time all is said and done. But they are getting ever closer to the gate to see who finds out, and we'll find out who wins this year's Minnesota Oaks.
Paul Allen, we live for days like this. We know all the connections in all these races. We've watched these horses grow up in the last couple of seasons right before our very eyes. You get the pleasure of calling the race. Have a great call and enjoy the night, my friend.
All righty, steam teamers. Thank you. And all of them this evening on Minnesota Made Night are hoping to not go the way of the Vikings in the Super Bowl. And the first champion will be crowned shortly, as the 30th running, make that the 35th running of the Minnesota Oaks is very close. The first Oaks in '88 at Canterbury Downs was won by Hall of Famer Princess Elaine. Chris Valovich, the winning jockey. Scott Stevens, who will be doing the trophy presentation coming up here shortly, rode Northbound Pride to victory in 1989. It's Her Time, who runs later today, won the Oaks last year. Molly's Angel runs later today, and Molly's Angel won the Oaks a couple of years ago. Who's next as they go into the gate for the 2023 Minnesota Oaks? Cupid's Crush, heavily favored with a series of fat show bets. Anna, last in. A quintet of Maiden, Minnesota fillies, and here they are. And they're racing in the 35th Minnesota Oaks. Thunder's Rock and Roll right to the lead at 6 to 1, and Cupid's Crush relegated to hang just to her outside. But Thunder's Rock and Roll, who's back in a week, has the lead around the first turn. Pace moderate. Cupid's Crush attempts to join to the outside, but Q lets out a notch, and Thunder's Rock and Roll leads it by a half. Cupid's Crush trying to win 5 in a row, including the glitzy Minnesota Oaks right there in second. Check cashing Connie shares a home with Cupid's Crush, keeping her friend in her sights just a length and a half, maybe 2.5 from the lead now. Anna's creeping up on the inside, and after that is the Lover Girl, and 5 separates 5, and they have 4 to go, and Thunder's Rock and Roll opens up by 1. Cupid's Crush, this 1 to 9 favorite, being pushed on a smidge by Eddie G. Thunder's Rock and Roll chilly. Cupid's Crush now beginning to find her feet, and they're on level terms. After that, it's Check Cashing Connie. Lover Girl rolls into third, and then it's Anna. It is Thunder's Rock and Roll currently holding Cupid's Crush at bay. They are separated by heads with a quarter of a mile to go, and they're 5 clear from Lover Girl. After that, Check Cashing Connie drops out of it, likewise for Anna, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch in the $100,000 Oaks, and this 1 to 9 shot is in deep water. Thunder's Rock and Roll is gonna rock and roll in the winner's enclosure as Cupid's Crush jumps all over the place. Thunder's Rock and Roll put a Q around the Oaks. They win it decisively. Number 1, Thunder's Rock and Roll ran first. It is 1, 2, 3, 4 in the 2023 Oaks. 142.19 is the final time. And these results are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. And the Minnesota Oaks is official. First exacta, $11. Trifecta, $11.40. Thunder's Rock and Roll paid $15.80 for a $2 win wager. The top two shared a home just a year ago. And now Thunder's Rock and Roll, trained by Burnell Roan, is the Oaks champion. Saturdays at Canterbury are provided by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. To those of you here for Beer Festival, welcome. And we also thank Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Mick Ultra, and Pepsi. Our featured groups tonight include the Kopman Night at the Races, MTA, New Way K&H Cooperative, Joe's 40th birthday, Biskupski Day at the Races, Melissa's 40th. It's Melissa's 40th. And Obremski Limited. Race 1 provided in part by Loeffler. Into the winner's enclosure, the 2023 Minnesota Oaks champions, Thunder's Rock and Roll, and Alonzo Quinones. The winning trainer is Burnell Roan, and the winning owner, Bob Lindgren. Thunder's Rock and Roll is a 3-year-old Bay Filly by McLean's Music out of Thunder and Honey, bred in Minnesota by the winning owner. We welcome back to the winner's enclosure Canterbury Hall of Famer Scott Stevens. Scott won more than 5,000 races in a career that began in the 70s and concluded in 2021. Scott rode more mounts at Canterbury, 6,570, than any other rider, winning 999 times. Scott is presenting the trophy to the winning connections of the Oaks, a race he won 3 times. He won the Oaks in '89 with Hall of Famer Northbound Pride, in 2008 with A.J. Bakes, and 2013 with Badge of Glory. We welcome back to the winner's enclosure, HOF. Second race, 20 minutes from now. Bob Lindgren owns and bred this upset-minded filly. He's in the winner's enclosure with KG.
Bob, behind every win, there's got to be a story. And this horse just won here last weekend, and everybody knew Cupid's Crush was out here waiting and likely going to be 1-5 or lower. Why'd you run?
Well, we figured we were going to win, and I can tell you this: for those of you that know Honey Sox Appeal, who's currently in the Canterbury Hall of Fame, this horse is better than Honey Sox Appeal. You'll see her around for a long time. She's got excellent breeding.
And you bred the horse. When did you know it's like raising a kid, right? The time you spend around the barn, watching the horse kind of grow up. When did you know that this horse might be something special?
I knew it when I went out in the fields in Kentucky, and there would be about 10 horses out there, and she was the first one that came to me every time. She busted through all the other horses. Same thing that Honey Sox Appeal did 5 years earlier.
Well, congratulations. You pulled off a shocker in race 1. Prior Lake guy Bob Lindgren on Maiden, Minnesota night upsets the 1-5 in the lid lifter on a Saturday night.
And they're racing in the 35th Minnesota Oaks. Thunder's Rock and Roll right to the lead at 6-1, and Cupid's Crush relegated to hang just to her outside. But Thunder's Rock and Roll, who's back in a week, has the lead around the first turn. Pace moderate. Cupid's Crush attempts to join to the outside, but Q lets out a notch, and Thunder's Rock and Roll leads it by a half. Cupid's Crush trying to win 5 in a row, including the glitzy Minnesota Oaks right there in second. Check cashing Connie shares a home with Cupid's Crush, keeping her friend in her sights just a length and a half, maybe 2.5 from the lead now. Anna's creeping up on the inside, and after that is a Lover Girl, and 5 separates 5, and they have 4 to go, and Thunder's Rock and Roll opens up by 1. Cupid's Crush, this 1-9 favorite, being pushed on a smidge by Eddie G. Thunder's Rock and Roll chilly. Cupid's Crush now beginning to find her feet, and they're on level terms. After that, it's Check Cashing Connie. Lover Girl rolls into third, and then it's Anna. It is Thunder's Rock and Roll currently holding Cupid's Crush at bay. They are separated by heads with a quarter of a mile to go, and they're 5 clear from Lover Girl. After that, Check Cashing Connie drops out of it, likewise for Anna, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch in the $100,000 Oaks, and this 1-9 shot is in deep water. Thunder's Rock and Roll is gonna rock and roll in the winner's enclosure as Cupid's Crush jumps all over the place. Thunder's Rock and Roll put a Q around the Oaks. They win it decisively.
Well, stakes races are always so special around here, and they get magnified when you get to watch the Minnesota breds. And we have a 1-9 shot that doesn't get it done in the first of 4 stakes races tonight. It's horse racing, man. Happens all over the country. Thunder's rock and roll for Bobby Lindgren. Gets the lead, never looks back, and the owner had confidence all the way along. Ran that horse last week. They come back on 6 days rest and run an unbelievable race. So tip of the hat to Bernal Roan and the crew. And we sail on to the future here at Canterbury, the 2-year-olds, the babies. Many of these horses making their racing debuts, so keep an eye on the paddock, see how they look, see how they're taking in this nice crowd here in Shakopee. Number 1 is Crescen's Little Charm. Barejas gets the call for Miguel Angel Silva. Silva's really good with young horses. If you look in daily racing form, 17% for the barn, but the ROI is the key. For every dollar you bet, you get back almost $3.50. So she looks good down here. She has race experience in a race loaded with horses that have never run. She's got 4 starts, and she comes off a career best effort in her local debut after shipping up here from Texas. So lots to like about the 1, including the price, which is near 10-1. Number 2 is Shy Shy for Mac Robertson. Nick Goodwin gets the call. Now, Nick will ride a lot of Mac's horses in the morning. He's a good gate jockey. He also rides quarter horses, and this horse shows a nice, steady panel of drills. The Daddy Painter was a very, very nice horse for Bob Baffert, so lots to like here, including the price, 5-1. 3 is Miss Silver, Luis Valenzuela for Esteban Martinez. The trainer won a couple of races on one of our weekday cards. He puts the blinkers on, and that first start was a learning experience, and there was trouble within that start. She broke a little slow out of the gate, and with the blinkers being added, this is a horse that could show some real improvement in career start number 2. Number 4 is Sweet Getaway, Izzy Hernandez for Esteban Martinez. So Esteban's got the 3 and the 4. The 4 has the first start of her career in front of her with some decent workouts, and 11-1. 5 is Tapiture's Lady, Lindy Wade for Cody Rosine. This horse for Rick Engel's a nice one, man. I don't know if this is the day, but boy, when they start going a little longer, this horse is bred to run all day. Good looking horse in the paddock, and 5-1. And how about the activity at the wagering windows on the 6 Extreme Smoke Show? You want good breeding? This one's got it. The Daddy Frosted was an absolute monster and a Grade 1 winner. The workouts are there. It's Eduardo Gallardo, who I love, getting horses out of the gate. And looking at those workouts, there's some serious talent there as well. This is, however, her very first start. We'll see how she handles that. But I'll tell you what, looking at her in the paddock, she looks awfully good down here. Interesting race, folks. These are 2-year-olds. These are the future of races here at Canterbury. Who do you like? Someone's going to get their first ever career victory. History in the making. 4.5 furlongs. The baby girls. They'll be at the gate inside 10 minutes. Good luck, and get your bets in now.
You heard from Paul about nut rolls. They were invented right here in Minnesota. They go great with beer. If you aren't in Beer Fest, you got one out here, you want a little something to go with your dinner, your beer, or anything else, come on down. I'm giving these away for free. It's Made in Minnesota night. We're celebrating Thunder's Rock and Roll in the Oaks, and we got a little sweet to go with it. Come on down.
Hey, get your nut rolls down by the winner's circle. Hey, get your nut rolls. They're going quickly. It is now post time. Extreme Smoke Show, one of 4 firsters, the last in line. Here come the baby girls, and they're racing. And Crescen's Lil Charm is very fast. Crescen's Lil Charm for the Thumbs Up Gang wins the start, opens up by 1. After that, we have Shy now finding her feet, and she joins. Likewise for her stablemate, Extreme Smoke Show. She's on the 3 wide side. That's the Gray Filly, 1.5 from the lead. Behind them is Miss Silver, 5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Tapiture's Lady. And the one in last is Sweet Getaway. She's 12 out of it. And as they head for home, we have 3 astern around the turn, and Extreme Smoke Show makes a big move. Extreme Smoke Show blows by Crescen's Lil Charm and blows by her stablemate Shy, who now angles to the outside. After that, Tapiture's Lady's finishing very fast on the inside, but it's Extreme Smoke Show. She has done enough to win. Number 6, Extreme Smoke Show ran first. 6, 5, 2, 1. Results are unofficial. The second is courtesy of Apple Autos. That's the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Locations include Apple Ford Shakopee and Apple Ford Lincoln, Apple Valley. We also thank Think Minnesota Realty and thinkminnesota.com. On the screen, the winner of Race 2, Extreme Smoke Show, and that also is the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award runner in race number 2. And this one is groomed by Hector Betancourt. Great job, Hector, and thank you, Fasig-Tipton. Race 2 is official. The third race is on the fast main track. Scratch number 7, Smart Leah. Race number 3 is provided by Michelob Golden Light. We also thank Ashley Home Store. There's an Ashley right across the street from Canterbury with discounts available for Canterbury Park customers. Thank you, Ashley. Up to the winner's enclosure, Extreme Smoke Show and Eduardo Gallardo. This is a 2-year-old gray filly by Frosted out of Imposing Grace, owned by Extreme Racing and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. girls, and they're racing, and Crescen's Lil Charm is very fast. Crescen's Lil Charm for the Thumbs Up gang wins the start, opens up by 1. After that, we have Shy now finding her feet, and she joins. Likewise for her stablemate, Extreme Smoke Show. She's on the 3 wide side. That's the Gray Filly, 1.5 from the lead. Behind them is Miss Silver, 5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Tapiture's Lady, and the one in last is Sweet Getaway. She's 12 out of it, and as they head for home, we have 3 astern around the turn, and Extreme Smoke Show makes a big move. Extreme Smoke Show blows by Crescen's Lil Charm and blows by her stablemate Shy, who now angles to the outside. After that, Tapiture's Lady's finishing very fast on the inside, but it's Extreme Smoke Show. She has done enough to win.
All right, race 3 comes up next at a mile. What an impressive debut in the second. And we'll try some more maidens in this one, but they'll be a different batch. They're older, they're going longer, and they're in for a tag. We'll start on the inside. We do have one scratch out of here. Take out the filly on the outside, Smart Leah. We have He's Connected to start things off on the rail. He's Connected is going to stretch back out, and he has gone a distance of ground before, but for the most part, it's been on the turf. This horse did try 2 turns on the dirt in February, and he ran kind of an evenly paced 4th at the end of it. Or at the end of it, he was beaten pretty far distance, but it was his first time going on the dirt at 2 turns, so maybe He's Connected just needed a little more experience with it to get more well acquainted. He was just half a length short of 40 Strangers last time, going 6.5. The horse had been off for quite a while, but he did make a good late closing kick. Gets a touch of class relief here, but it's all pretty relative at this level. Right now you get 6-1 on He's Connected. Class Compounds next door interested me. He's a big old son of Geronimo. You can see him bouncing around on his toes. Class Compounds is going to make start number 8 today. And with all that size and with some of the 2-turn races that he had put in down in Arizona, I thought maybe he'd be a better fit than he was in his first try against Maiden Special Weights on June 18th. It's all right. He led that group a good part of the way. And now he's back to Claimers, where he was on the turf finishing 4th. And then last time just a length short in that aforementioned 40 Strangers race. Class Compounds does have the speed to get things going on the front end. And if nobody pushes him along, and that could be a big question mark with everybody besides going at it, he could get quite comfortable, and he's 8-1 as opposed to even money with the other possible speed. Charismo next door was second last time behind Kal-El. Janae Stanky will put Derby Glass back in the saddle for the 4th straight time, and they've improved a touch each time. On the turf, you could probably toss that one out. Maybe he's just not a turf horse. Last time was a pretty representative effort of what we might see today, and this horse did keep up for a good part of the way. Kal-El drew away at the end of things, but he still put in a good effort for second that day, and the price should be right, and right now it's 8-1. 4-1 is the price on Just Because. He's another one that has done most of his route running on the turf and has not tried the dirt at 2 turns yet. Just Because comes off 4th place finishes, going 1 turn of ground. He was behind He's Connected and Class Compounds, but he was making a bit of a move at the end. Maybe with those 4 races off the layoff with this new barn, Just Because will be a new horse as he tries 2 turns on the dirt for the very first time. Going at it is going to do that, trying to pick things back up off a sprint race. He was 4th last time. It was a very deep group, and it will be his first time in for a tag. Going at it was going 2 turns against Maiden Special Weights prior to that, and even though he did get a pair of thirds, they were pretty well beaten thirds, so it's understandable that he makes a little bit of a class move to come down to these Claimers. Doesn't go all the way to the bottom, but going at it is going to take this first dip in against those foes, and he looks very good to do it. Forever Indian comes off the turf course too. This one doesn't have much speed, not nearly as much as going at it, and that might work against him in a shortish field. You do get 7-2 on a horse that can pass up horses and would very much love if things developed up front with some of the sprinters dueling with each other, but Forever Indian does have the outside running and has a touch of tactical speed, shouldn't be too far out of it, and he might be in a very good position at 7-2 to break his maiden as they head out to the track for the 3rd. In this 3rd race, your wagering options are pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. Remember, scratch the 7, Smart Leah, 9 minutes to post. Every one of us on that board agree that it's time for Going At It to hit the winner's circle. Good luck.
Onto the track for the 3rd, scratch number 7 on TV monitors. He's Connected, trained by Tim Padilla. This is the winner of our Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award for race number 3, groomed by Marion Franklin.
All right, gang, it's power play time. We're going to focus on one of our stakes races, race number 6. Another one of those big races, the Wally's Choice Stakes. Should be a humdinger. We've got a horse here in Xavier Dave that many of you have seen run, and he's razor sharp right now. Let's look at the past performances. The versatility I love. Sprint, he really showed his class early in the meet back in June against a horse named One in Vermilion. That horse came back to win the Iowa Derby, got DQ'd from that victory, then went out and ran in the West Virginia Derby and ran a really good race, finishing 3rd. Since then, gone to the turf and won a couple of races, but we know this horse has good dirt form, bred for either surface, and is sharp right now with a couple of workouts for Mac Robertson. So let's go back and watch that sprint against One in Vermilion, who's a super talented 3-year-old. And this was a night where One in Vermilion was 1-9, and Xavier Dave here, this horse in the white hat, made him work every inch of the way. And he didn't win this race, but this race shows me tonight, back on the main track, that from the inside post, he's not going to let the Alligator Hunter get loose. He's got enough class and speed to make that horse work early. The key will be to avoid a pace battle, because if they get caught in a pace battle, they both might be vulnerable. But if it's fair up and Xavier Dave gets a good trip, he's just so sharp right now. I think he wins. Likely going to be co-favored, but he's a horse you can really bank on in that pick 5. We'll see how he does later in the Wally's Choice. We thank Tri-State Bobcat for their sponsorship of the Power Play.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. Ladies and gentlemen, Smash Mouth and the Spin Doctors were at Canterbury performing last night. Our final concert for the summer series takes place Friday, September 8th, and it is Randy Houser. If you're interested in seeing Randy Houser at Canterbury on September 8th, tickets are on sale at canterburypark.com. They're at the gate, and it's race time. Race number 3, Minnesota Made Day at Canterbury Park. The class-dropping Going At It is favored, trained by our leading trainer, Joel Burt, wearing the colors of HOF Bob Lothenbach, our leading owner. Two back. Charismo. SJ Mix. And Forever Indian. 6-pack, race 3, Saturday, CBY. They're racing. Slow beginning for He's Connected. The 5-1 one came out slowly. And Class Compounds also 5-1. Popped the gate smartly. And Class Compounds flashes speed, but is overtaken by Going At It. And Going At It, the hot 1-2 favorite, grabs the lead on the class drop, threatens to run away. Meanwhile, Class Compounds attempts to keep up with that one with 3/4 of a mile to go. 7 lengths behind that to Charismo, and that one is overtaken by Just Because, who rolls into 3rd, as the pace is moderate and setting it, Going At It, leading it by a half. After that, He's Connected, 10 lengths from the lead to the inside of Charismo, and the one in last is Forever Indian, and the one in first is Going At It, who may be attempting to no longer go at it with Class Compounds, running away now by more than 1. Going At It leads it by 1.5, nearly 2. Just Because is angled to the outside by the leading rider, 3 lengths from the lead. 8 behind that, He's Connected, 2 more to Charismo, and the one in last still is Forever Indian. They're well strung out with 1/4 mile to go. Going At It and Constantino Roman 3. Class Compounds next. Then we come to Just Because, and they need to pick up their feet to beat this favorite. It is Going At It, leading it by 3, darting around a bit next to the rail, keeping Class Compounds in the race, 2.5 from it. It is Going At It, grinding away with an insurmountable lead, and Going At It and Constantino Roman, the People's Choice, prevail by 4. Class Compound second, Charismo up for 3rd. Race 3, official. That exacta paid $5.40, trifecta $46. 10-cent superfecta, top 4 finishers in a given race, 5, 2, 3, 4 here. That paid $32. Into the winner's circle, Going At It, and Constantino Roman. The winning owner, Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. And the winning trainer is our leading trainer, Joe Burnt. Going At It is a 3-year-old bay son of Empire Maker from the hard spun mare, Clairview. Made in Minnesota and bred by Bob Lothenbach. The 4th race is the $65,000 Glitter Star Stakes. No scratches. Racing. Slow beginning for He's Connected. The 5-1 1 came out slowly. And Class Compounds also 5-1. Popped the gate smartly. And Class Compounds flashes speed, but is overtaken by Going At It. And Going At It, the hot 1-2 favorite, grabs the lead on the class drop, threatens to run away. Meanwhile, Class Compounds attempts to keep up with that one with 3/4 of a mile to go. 7 lengths behind that to Charismo, and that one is overtaken by Just Because, who rolls into 3rd, as the pace is moderate and setting it, Going At It, leading it by a half. After that, He's Connected, 10 lengths from the lead to the inside of Charismo, and the one in last is Forever Indian, and the one in first is Going At It, who may be attempting to no longer go at it with Class Compounds, running away now by more than 1. Going At It leads it by 1.5, nearly 2. Just Because is angled to the outside by the leading rider, 3 lengths from the lead. 8 behind that, He's Connected, 2 more to Charismo, and the one in last still is Forever Indian. They're well strung out with 1/4 of a mile to go. Going At It and Constantino Roman 3. Class Compounds next. Then we come to Just Because, and they need to pick up their feet to beat this favorite. It is Going At It, leading it by 3, darting around a bit next to the rail, keeping Class Compounds in the race, 2.5 from it. It is Going At It, grinding away with an insurmountable lead, and Going At It and Constantino Roman, the People's Choice, prevail by 4. Class Compounds second, Charismo up for 3rd. Minnesota Maid Night continues here at Canterbury Park. Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. Minnesota Maid, the Minnesota Wild. Minnesota Maid, horses attempting to win the Glitter Star. And Minnesota Maid is this little crane tractor from Tonka Toys. Now, you just saw on the television monitors the black box originated in Minnesota. So did Tonka Toys. In fact, in the late 40s, the Mound Metalcraft Company, that's a small garden implement business operating out of a Minnesota school basement, began making toy trucks. It started with steam shovels and cranes, and in just a year, sold 37,000 of them. Following the initial success, the group concentrated on making toys and changed the company name to Tonka, after Minnesota's Lake Minnetonka. Alas, wait, there's more. Minnesota Maid, Johnny the Mouse Mickelson in our TV department. Why is that a Minnesota go crazy? In fact, both of Mouse's grandmothers worked for Tonka Toys from 1956 to 78. They made this truck with this crane that elevates to an ATM so I can get more money to play the Minnesota Derby later. In fact, this is Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's truck, and he plays with it in his garage frequently. They made this truck, John's grandmothers, and they both were named Agnes. So Agnes, Tonka Toys, and everybody, what a wonderful, wonderful creation for children. Tonka Toys, made right here in Minnesota. Also made in Minnesota was Charlie's Penny, number 6, owned by Bob Lothenbach, trained by Joel Byrne, and ridden by Lindy Wade. That's my selection here in this race, and this one is 7-5. Let's handicap it with the other 2/3 of the Steam team, and they both love playing with toys that are made by Tonka. We're talking about Angela and KG.
Yeah, she's not old enough to remember the Tonka toys that you and I and the mouse played with when we were kids. But, you know, she's had her own toys, probably a little Barbie Steam along the way. Barbie's not made in Minnesota, but she's still lovely. And so is the Glitter Star Stakes. I think all 6 horses in here, as I tried to handicap this race throughout the week, have a legitimate chance. We saw a huge upset in race number 1. Nothing would surprise me in this field. All 6 of these look like they've got a legitimate shot.
Well, yeah, and I know that you like a horse that might be towards the front end and might be able to do what the Oaks winner did, and that's get the jump on the favorite. And is that the tactic that you would expect to see with Start Singing?
You know, she's going to need help, right? I mean, she hasn't run as fast as the outside couple horses who figure to go favored right now, near even money on Charlie's Penny. But what I have seen with Start Singing is a lightly raced horse that's starting to figure things out. And I thought the 2 and 4 were the speed of the race, and if they hook up, I thought the 3 would be in a really good spot to maybe pick up that lead, turn it for home, and as you mentioned, get the jump on the favorites who have run faster and have better credentials. So I acknowledge that the 3 is a bit of an enterprising selection, but I also think at around 6 or 7 to 1 for a trainer like Tony Rengsdorf, I'm willing to take that chance. And even though I used all 3, 5, and 6 on my pick 5 ticket, I think she's got a legitimate shot.
Yeah, I would agree with you because she is kind of in that in-between. If you think that maybe it's her time and maybe the sprinter She's My Warrior, who stretched out on the turf last time but is going to go to the dirt today, get up there and tangle a little bit early. I mean, you do have some horses like your horse that could sit just off the pace at Charlie's Penny, and then a couple who are going to come from the clouds. And I happen to like one of those, and that being Molly's Angel. Now, she probably won't be from the clouds literally. She won't be that far out of it, but I would expect her to probably be 5th or 6th in the early going. That's just what she does. Molly's Angel did that last time, and she blew a field away of Open Company, and It's Her Time was also in the mix. But Molly's Angel is going to need the same sort of pace, at least in the neighborhood, to materialize. Do you think she'll get that in here?
Oh, she'll get pace. There's no doubt. With 2 and 4 in here, the pace has to be good. I for a long time sat down and thought I was going to play the 2. I was very, very close to drawing up a scenario in my head where She's My Warrior is loose. Hey, let's not sleep on the fact that Quinones has done this already tonight. He is so good when he gets the lead. So I think the Q, like we saw in race number 1, isn't going to waste any time. And if the 4 lets her loose, look out. This 2 is more than capable of taking them all the way around this racetrack.
That's very true, and we really haven't touched too much on Charlie's Penny yet. She is 6 for 13 lifetime. She's 2 for 2 here in her home state. There's lots to like about Charlie's Penny, but if you're trying to find a way to use her in this spot at the low price that she's going to be, how do you do it?
Well, I think you've tried to find an exacta with her, with somebody that's going to be a bigger price. My 3 horse will qualify. I have no doubt in my mind that the 3 is going to be a decent price. You know, Charlie's Penny would have been a slam dunk in this race if not for that last start that we all watched in the press box in Chicago. But PA made a good point. This is third time off the layoff. Whatever went wrong last time, she didn't look herself, but that was Hawthorne, and she's undefeated here. She's got the back class. I mean, she's won at Churchill Downs. She's a super nice horse. I don't know what went wrong last time, but she just didn't look good in that race at Hawthorne, and that race wasn't that long ago. That was late July. We're a couple weeks removed from that, Ange. She looks great out here in the paddock, but at 3-2 odds, I'm willing to take a shot, even if I think she's the best horse in the race, which I think she is. I don't know if this is the right spot. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out what Charlie's Penny does bring to the table now that she is back with state breds. It was a pretty tough field. You got to give her credit for that down at Hawthorne. But, I mean, she really didn't even threaten any of them. So perhaps these new settings, perhaps this new distance will get her back to that form. But that's a lot of perhapses for 3-2. Now, if we look for another horse like mine, if you think that things do get hot up front, the other closer resides on the rail, and that's Gypsy Reward, who just went by us. She's probably going to be one of the bigger prices in the field. She comes off a win on the turf. But getting back to the dirt, question, or do you think that she can still get a piece and add some value?
You know, I think she's better on the turf, but she's got that kick late, and she's also got Harry Hernandez. The other Mac Robertson horse just walked by us. Holy cow, is that a good-looking horse. I'm telling you right now, It's Her Time makes quite the impression down here. And she's another horse where if she brings her A game, look out. She's good enough. I love this race because Charlie's Penny deserves to be favored, but you can make a case for every single horse in the gate. To me, if this is going to be the start of a pick five, this is the kind of race I want to handicap. This is going to be awesome. And I think having three, I might not have enough.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be the older horses in the Glitter Star and in the Wally's Choice, the best we've got bred in the state of Minnesota. The first group, the girls, are going to go out to the track and take off in about 9 minutes for the Glitter Star. There's the board of selections. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick three, and that 10% takeout 50-cent pick five.
Sir Leonard Diker brings them onto the track for the 30th running of the Glitter Star Stakes, and here they are. Number 1 is Gypsy Reward, owned by Extreme Racing, trained by Mac Robertson. In the irons, Harry Hernandez. Alonso Quinones attempts to go 2 for 2 in the stakes racing tonight. Q handles She's My Warrior for Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim trains. Number 3 is Suzanne Stables Start Singing, trained by Tony Rengstorff. Start Singing is ridden by Jermaine Bridgemahan. Number 4, It's Her Time, ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. This one is owned by Linda Bush and trained by Mac Robertson. Number 5 is Molly's Angel, owned by Pete Matson and ridden by Constantino Roman. The trainer, Tim Padilla. This also is this race's Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner. And the groom, Jesus Escalante. Thank you, Jesus. Number 6, Charlie's Penny, owned by Lothenbach Stables, trained by Joel Burnt. In the irons, Lindy Wade. Those 6 go to the gate for the $65,000 Glitter Star Stakes. It's just about 5 minutes from now.
It's a beautiful Saturday night. We've got a huge crowd behind us for Maiden, Minnesota night, the second of 4 stakes races right here, Angela, the Glitter Star, and we both respect Charlie's Penny. We both think it could go a different direction. What have you seen with the horses warming up?
Well, watching them as they warmed up and came out onto the track, there were a couple that I wanted to take a look at, including It's Her Time. Sometimes she gets a little excited with a bigger crowd, sometimes she gets warm, but she looks like she's just dancing around on her toes. She looks pretty good, and the impressions that we got in the paddock have kind of stayed with me as they've warmed up. These are professional older fillies and mares. Generally, they won't get the nerves that some of the younger ones did, and they're not really showing much on the track thus far.
There are 2 horses I want to ask you about pace-wise. They all look good warming up, but 2, She's My Warrior, and 4, It's Her Time, both have speed. Is there any chance either one of those 2 ladies can get loose?
I would say probably no. I don't think that the strategy would be to let anybody go. They're going to be instructed to keep an eye on each other, perhaps. But if anyone is going to get loose, maybe She's My Warrior coming off the turf, because she was so fast on this dirt before in those one-turn races. But it'll be interesting to see the decisions these 2 make, and if they decide to go slow it down on the front end, nobody might catch them.
And I think, fans, you've got to make a decision as you get your final thoughts in before you make your bets. They're approaching the gate. Either love the favorite here, who's the class of the race, Charlie's Penny, at near even money, or you go searching for a price. I'm going to try the 3 here at 7-1. I'm going to use multiple horses on my pick 5 ticket. But I love this race, Angela, because as we talked about in the paddock, you handicap this race and all 6 have a legitimate shot for victory. So I really believe the pace of this race will dictate who wins.
I believe so as well. I think that it looked balanced on paper. And just gotta look at Charlie's Penny. She's actually getting warmer than I thought she was at first. Certainly as she's gotten onto the track, she's gotten a touch hot, and so has It's Her Time. But I think that it looked very balanced from a pace scenario, and the best horse will probably win. If it's the best horse going 2 turns, if that's Charlie's Penny, it's Charlie's Penny. I thought it might be Molly's Angel, but we're gonna find out in less than a minute.
All right, Paul Allen, you get to call this race, and this is one of those editions of the Glitter Star that you'll probably remember for a long time. All 6, so much quality, all 6 a legitimate chance for victory. You paint the picture, they run the race, it's going to be awesome.
Indeed, and Charlie's Penny, 6-5, undefeated against Minnesotans. Molly's Angel, super impressive last time, and is here to show that this distance will be no problem. It's Her Time, quite impressive in winning the 2022 Oaks. We ran the Oaks earlier today. We had an upset, Thunder's Rock and Roll, for Bob Lindgren. Hall of Fame trainer Bernal Roan and Alonzo Quinones took down that one, beating a 1-9 favorite. Charlie's Penny, 6-5. Some win action coming in late on Molly's Angel. She's now 2.5-1. The first Glitter Star was won in 1992. Canterbury Downs days by Starshine Stables' Belle of the Night. Donna Barton was the winning rider. Ready to Run Away, one of the great claims in the history of Canterbury Park, won the Glitter Star 4 consecutive years, 2019 through last year. We will see who is next because they're into the gate, and it is post time for the Glitter Star Stakes. Molly's Angel goes in. Here's the gray mare, Charlie's Penny. Last in line. It's the 30th Glitter Star Stakes, and here they are. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. She's My Warrior with speed. It's Her Time, the Oaks champion last year, also with speed. Charlie's Penny is the gray, 2 lengths from them, and widest of the 3, being tugged along by the leading 2. Inside, Gypsy's Reward. She's 2.5 from the front, and just to the inside of Start Singing, Charlie's Penny, 3 out of it, and about 4 clear from Molly's Angel. She's 6 lengths from the front, and the front in the Glitter Star belongs to She's My Warrior. It's Her Time clings to her, and the lead is only a half. Charlie's Penny is 2.5 from the lead. Right next to her, we come back to Gypsy Reward. That one's next to the rail. Start Singing also in that clump, and Start Singing now has been passed by a spry Molly's Angel out of last, right next to Charlie's Penny, and they're 3 lengths behind the 2-prong speed battle that heads into the far turn, and It's Her Time time is making a move on She's My Warrior. Charlie's Penny and Molly's Angel still 2 out of it. Molly's Angel keeping Charlie's Penny pinned inside. After that, Gypsy Reward. Gypsy Reward 10 out of it behind her. Start singing. They have a quarter of a mile to go. She's My Warrior. She's My Warrior has come to play. It's her time is still in second. Charlie's Penny and Molly's Angel are in their own personal match race. The problem is it's 5 lengths behind the top 2. She's My Warrior, wire to wire on her mind. It's her time, cannot keep up, and it is She's My Warrior. It's her time. Put a Q around the glitter star. Q's won both stakes. She's My Warrior in time. Two stakes races, 2 upsets. This is number 2, She's My Warrior. It's 2-4-5-6, and it's unofficial. The Glitter Star is official. $1 exacta, $48. The 50-cent trifecta, 245, $61.40. The 10-cent superfecta, 2456, $20.49. And the post-time pick 4, $243. Race number 5 is our first turf race. It is firm, and the rail's all the way in. No scratches for race number 5. That begins our second pick 4. The first pick 4 tonight paid nearly 500 to 1 on the dollar. Try the pick 4. It takes off about 23 minutes from now. It's only 50 cents and begins with race 5. The Glitter Star Stakes is named for Glitter Star, a Minnesota-bred mare that earned more than $200,000 and won this race when it was named the Minnesota Distaff Classic 3 consecutive times from 05 to 07. We welcome to the winner's circle for the Glitter Star Stakes, Shayten Callstaff with America Roofing Supply, and Stu Parker representing JTR Roofing. Make American Roofing Supply your preferred choice from start to finish. JTR Roofing has been roofing Minnesota and western Wisconsin since 1992 and are proud sponsors of the Minnesota Thoroughbred Racing Association. Shayten and Stu, welcome to the winner's circle. And now, the Glitter Star champions, She's My Warrior, and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla, and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. She's My Warrior is a 4-year-old bay filly by Warrior's Reward out of Garden Gloves, bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. 2 stakes races so far on Minnesota Maid Day, and a certain jockey is 2 for Q. Here's KG.
Yeah, 2 stakes races, 2 wins right next door to me here, and both these wins very similar. You know this track as well as any jockey out here. What was the key in your mind before the race started to get those horses to do what they were supposed to do?
You know what? We just got a 2 great trip. But first of all, I want to thank Team Pete and the other win too. So just want to say we got 2 beautiful trips. Both of my fillies run. They were pretty much the same style. I was just able to save enough horse to come home. You know.
And when you ride a horse, it's not like driving a car. You don't have a rear-view mirror, and you know that both the 5 and the 6 are big closers with lots of class. So how do you know that you're on a front runner, that you've got enough horse to hold them off, and how are you able to kind of look so confident throughout this trip?
Both horses, like I said, they have same style of running, and both races they came out about the same. The favor or the other speeder was right next to me, and I was lucky to be able to control the pace, and then just save horse to have enough to come home.
Well, you're having a great night. Maiden, Minnesota guy that's kind of grown up before our very eyes. Alonso Quinones, the jockey for the night.
Thank you, Ron Burnell and Bob Lindgren. Thank you.
All right, what a guy. Humble as ever. Back-to-back stakes wins. Back-to-back wire-to-wire for Alonso.
And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. She's My Warrior with speed. It's her time. The Oaks champion last year, also with speed. Charlie's Penny is the gray, 2 lengths from them, and widest of the 3, being tugged along by the leading 2. Inside, Gypsy's Reward. She's 2.5 from the front, and just to the inside of Start Singing, Charlie's Penny, 3 out of it, and about 4 clear from Molly's Angel. She's 6 lengths from the front, and the front in the Glitter Star belongs to She's My Warrior. It's her time, clings to her, and the lead is only a half. Charlie's Penny is 2.5 from the lead. Right next to her, we come back to Gypsy Reward. That one's next to the rail. Start Singing also in that clump, and Start Singing now has been passed by a spry Molly's Angel out of last, right next to Charlie's Penny, and they're 3 lengths behind the 2-prong speed battle that heads into the far turn, and it's her time is making a move on She's My Warrior. Charlie's Penny and Molly's Angel still 2 out of it. Molly's Angel keeping Charlie's Penny pinned inside. After that, Gypsy Reward. Gypsy Reward 10 out of it. Behind her, Start Singing. They have a 1/4 mile to go. She's My Warrior. She's My Warrior has come to play. It's her time is still in second. Charlie's Penny and Molly's Angel are in their own personal match race. The problem is it's 5 lengths behind the top 2. She's My Warrior, wire to wire on her mind. It's her time, cannot keep up, and it is She's My Warrior. It's her time. Put a Q around the Glitter Star. Q's won both stakes. She's My Warrior in time.
The pick 5 starts with an upset. Alonso Quinones wins both stakes races in upset fashion on the front end. They bookend a nice pick 4. If you had that, congrats. The good news is now you can roll it into the late pick 4, which has 2 more great stakes races in races 6 and 8. And I thought race 8 of all 4 stakes races had the most upset potential, but we've seen 2 of those already. In the middle are a couple of nice races that still require some serious handicapping, including this turf race at 7.5 furlongs. These are fillies and mares at the $10,000 claiming level. Let's take a look at number 1, Curious Ingy. Luis Valenzuela gets the call for Jose Silva. The Silver Barn, per usual, rock solid at Canterbury, near 20% wins. Early speed has been lethal so far tonight. We've seen that in a couple of route races, and we'll see what kind of early speed she brings to the table, because this one is really fast out of the gate. Now, turf racing, it's just about saving energy and saving ground, and you can use speed to do that. That's what Curious Ingy is going to try to do. 6-1 morning line, around that number at 7-1 currently. Number 2 invades us from Fargo, North Dakota. This is Expect the Boss. Kelsey Haar gets the call here. Last time out, cruised to a nice allowance victory. That was on dirt. Now we're back on the turf. The horse has run twice on the turf, has a first and a second. So there are some credentials here on the grass. And guess what? 15-1 morning line. Holy cow. Maybe the mouse went to the cash machine. This horse is 4-1. Okay. Wow, that is some serious money on number 2 in the early stages of the wagering. Number 3 is Jewel Azul, the Bug Boy, Barrios Lopez for Chip Woolley. 2 for 32 is pesky, but boy, this horse looked good winning last time. She has big-time closing kicks. So if you bet this horse, don't panic when she's near the back early. She always seems to come with a big-time late run. Jewel Azul is 3-1. 4 is Lady Claire, Lindy Wade for Troy Bethke. Solid connections here. And I like a horse, second time off a layoff on the stretch out. Troy Bethke's a sharp horseman, so he gave this horse a 5-furlong turf sprint. She ran a good race, too. She came charging to get second. Now they stretch out to a longer distance. She's had success at longer distances before. She's getting bet. Lady Claire's 3-1. 5 is 1,000 Dreams. Harry Hernandez, Double H for Wade Ray. You get the top jockey here at the track. You get a horse that exits a race won by Lock It Down. Lock It Down has come back to win again. That can be a good, positive handicapping angle for 1,000 Dreams. My horse resides in the outside post. I'm going to try number 6, Royals Lil Diva. Izzy Hernandez from Miguel Angel Silva. She's sharp right now. She's got tracking speed. I think she can pull the press and pounce and get us the money here. I like the price right now at 3-1. Cool race here. Look at the betting, how spread out it is, top to bottom. Fans having a hard time figuring out which direction to go, which means if you can find your way to an exacta trifecta, you can make a lot of money. Fillies and mares, 7.5 furlongs on that beautiful turf course at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
The 5th race begins our second and final pick 4 this Minnesota-made Saturday. It's 50 cents. And for the 5th, the turf, it's firm, people. The turf is firm. The rail is all the way in. No scratches, no rider changes for race number 5. On TV monitors right now, 1,000 Dreams, trained by Wade Rarick. This one is the Race 5 Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner. And this one is impeccably groomed by Ashley Wolf. Thank you, Wade. Thank you, Ashley. And thank you, Fasig-Tipton.
The late pick 4 is coming up next on Maiden, Minnesota Day. I'm going to try for a little bit of an upset in the upcoming Wally's Choice, and that will be number 5, Devil Vision. That's race 6. And we're going to take a look at Devil Vision. He has only one start this year. That's one of the main negatives. But we're looking at the time from when he was claimed until now in the barn of Mac Robertson. Devil Vision, again, was claimed for $30,000 last August, and subsequently they ran him in the Blair's Cove. That didn't work out so well, but after that, he won twice. Once here, once at Keeneland. You might have heard a little bit about that in the pre-race show. This horse did some good work right away for his new barn. We'll take a look at one of those stretch runs. That's him on the inside. He's going to run down a horse last year that won a lot of races at Canterbury in T-Bone's Trick. It's not easy to run that horse down. I understand that this is not the same caliber of horse, and Devil Vision in his only start this year didn't do a whole bunch of running. But he loves this main track. There will be some pace to run down. Might not be the easiest task to do no matter what today, but this is still a horse that you need to consider with a race like this coming late. If anybody gets leg weary up front, he will be coming late. Some of the works lately are pretty good, and Devil Vision will be a decent price. See if we can get him home. That's the angle in race number 6, and we'll talk pick 4 coming up next. I thought it was going to be the pick 4. Like I said, we're going to talk pick 4, but before we get to that, did you know that microwave popcorn was invented right here in Minnesota? That's right. Act 2 came around and put this in refrigerators at first because it couldn't be preserved on shelves. That's what's behind me here. Nope, that's not what's behind me here. But microwave popcorn became a thing much later than refrigerated popcorn. It was still right here with Act 2 in Minnesota. Now let's get back to Pick 4 talk. We're going to use Devil Vision in there. That ticket's going to be up in just 1 second. As this Pick 4 involves a couple of stakes races. Those are in races 6 and 8. And I took different approaches to both of them, as you'll see with the ticket coming up pretty shortly. I didn't make too big of a Pick 4. You can see that coming up in the lower right. There we have it. 4, 5, and 6 for me in this 5th race. Lady Claire, 1,000 Dreams, and Royals Little Diva aren't necessarily all turf specialists doing this, but they've all run good races on the turf that would get them in the mix. In race 6, I just went 1 and 5. I used AV Dave. I used Devil Vision. I really like Devil's Vision, but I still respect the recent races that AV Dave has put into the mix. We single in race number 7. That's Johnny Up. Johnny Up with the scratch of JJ's Wildcat looked even tougher to me on the front end, and I'm not sure anybody is going to be able to threaten him anywhere from start to finish. And in race number 8, just 4, 5, and 8, took Roses by Liam and It's Bob's Business to try to come from off the pace, but they both have their hands full trying to beat Sir Sterling. That's the ticket that you see on screen, 9 minutes. They are getting close to the gate for race number 5. You have very little time to make your own Pick 4.
We are paging for Carol Patton from Maplewood. Carol Patton from Maplewood. You can collect your prize from the Ashley Home Store table. The horses are at the gate, and it's race time into the gate for race 5. Royals Lil Diva, 8-5 and favored. Last in line. Fillies and Mares on the turf. And they're racing. Royals Lil Diva off 3 steps slowly And in last, the bookender Curious Ingy in LAV, tear away by 3, LAV by 3, and it's Curious Ingy cornering with a wide margin for the lead. Expect the Boss is beginning to rev up to the inside, but has been overtaken by recovering Royals Lil Diva. Last out of the gate, now second, and about a length and a half, maybe 2 from the front. Behind that is Lady Claire, the Minnesotan, trying to win on Maiden, Minnesota night. 1,000 Dream shades her to the outside, and Jewel Azul is last and would have to win 2 in a row from 10 out of it. They have 3.5 furlongs to go. Curious Ingy leads it at a big number, and to the inside of the favored Royals Lil Diva. About 5 after that, 1,000 Dreams beginning to make a move. 1,000 Dreams rolls into third and blows by Lady Claire. After that, Jewel Azul, 7 out of it. She's on the move, and Expect the Boss has gone back to last, and Royals Lil Diva gallops to the lead. Last out of the gate, cuts the corner with a 4-length lead. Jewel Azul is a menacing presence going into second, with still a lot of work to do to catch Royals Lil Diva. It's Royals Lil Diva slowing down conspicuously. Jewel Azul trying, but will end up too late. Royals Lil Diva wins. Number 6, Royals Lil Diva first. It is 6-3-5-2, and it's unofficial. Race number 5, official. Race number 6 is our third stakes race. It's the Wally's Choice for 65 grand. No scratches, no rider changes. Race 6, 25 minutes from now. A Minnesotan wins race number 5 on Maiden, Minnesota night. She is Royals Lil Diva and Israel Hernandez. Royals Lil Diva is owned by Thumbs Up Racing. The winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up gang is Miguel Angel Silva. Royals Lil Diva is a 4-year-old bay filly by Mucho Macho Man out of Royal Marquis. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. David Cobb. Canterbury Park thanks Pepsi for 2023 sponsorship. That's the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We also appreciate and thank Culver's, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and Arch Key Solutions. Race number 6 is co-sponsored by the Minnesota Lottery and Quick Trip. And they're racing. Royals Lil Diva off 3 steps slowly and in last. The bookender, Curious Ingy in LAV, tear away by 3. LAV by 3, and it's Curious Ingy cornering with a wide margin for the lead. Expect the Boss is beginning to rev up to the inside, but has been overtaken by a recovering Royals Lil Diva. Last out of the gate, now second, and about a length and a half, maybe 2 from the front. Behind that is Lady Claire, the Minnesotan, trying to win on Maiden, Minnesota night. 1,000 Dream shades her to the outside, and Jewel Azul is last and would have to win 2 in a row from 10 out of it. They have 3.5 furlongs to go. Curious Ingy leads it at a big number, and to the inside of the favored Royals Lil Diva. About 5 after that, 1,000 Dreams beginning to make a move. 1,000 Dreams rolls into third and blows by Lady Claire. After that, Jewel Azul, 7 out of it. She's on the move, and Expect the Boss has gone back to last, and Royals Lil Diva gallops to the lead. Last out of the gate, cuts the corner with a 4-length lead. Jewel Azul is a menacing presence going into second, with still a lot of work to do to catch Royals Lil Diva. It's Royals Lil Diva slowing down conspicuously. Jewel Azul trying, but will end up too late. Royals Lil Diva wins. Number 6, Royals Lil Diva. And welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. In fact, see, I told you. And we display it and verbalize it that way because on Maiden, Minnesota night, it behooves us to share with you in 1968, inventor Spencer Silver, working for 3M in St. Paul, tried to develop a new, stronger adhesive. What he invented wasn't strong or permanent. Instead, it was strong enough to hold paper together, but weak enough to pull them apart. So 5 years later, fellow 3M employee was singing in his church choir and wanted a sticky bookmark to stay in place in his hymnal. He used Mr. Silver's glue idea. Long story longer, because of it, we have Post-it notes, also made in Minnesota, like Tonka toys. Aw. You know who else was made in Minnesota? My selection to win the Wally's Choice Stakes. This is the 29th running. It's that one. 6, because Vinny's a Canuck. Let's go, Vinny. Let's go, Vinny. Let's make a little money here at 7-1. Now, KG is on number 1, Xavier Dave. Angela's on number 5, Devil Vision. I'm on number 6. So let's see what the Steam team thinks about this one. Ooh, we got a little purple and gold down there, too.
Well, I tell you, nobody more entertaining than our track announcer, Paul Allen. He just makes me smile every single day. And we're smiling because we love days like this. We love the Minnesota Breds, and they're delivering back-to-back upsets, Angela, in stakes races. One was a shocker in race 1 with a 1-9 shot finishing second. So as you handicap this race, and I know you've been looking at the races like I have all week, can't wait to watch it unfold, but how did you see this race playing out? I thought it was a little more formful here.
I thought that actually some of the later races were more wide open. I went with a horse in Devil Vision that I thought would be a pretty healthy price on the board. And at last check, he was about 7-2. He's 4-1. I just thought that these were more wide open. You wouldn't get the 1-9 favorites, so maybe you wouldn't get an enormous payout if those 1-9s lose, but they looked like a little bit more contentious as far as vertical plays would go. I would like to play more tries, more supers in some of these later races in the day, just by virtue of the field size. But the 6, despite its size, I thought was very complicated because you really can take a solid stand with a lot of horses. It's not like digging real deep through the tea leaves. They're a solid group of 6, and kind of like in the Glitter Star, I thought that it could be balanced, but I thought there was a target maybe on the front end that some would go after. That's why I took a closer in Devil Vision. But where do you land in this spot, and why?
Well, you know, the pace is going to make the race. And if you look back at those first 2 stakes races, there were multiple horses with speed in both. But the horse that got the lead led all the way. So will that be the scenario here? Because if that's the case, the Alligator Hunter, the 3, likely is going to be on the lead. And if he's on the lead, he's going to be tough. To me, though, the race within the race is what Gallardo does with number 1, Xavier Dave, because I think he is fast enough to go with him. But if you go with him, do you risk going eyeball to eyeball for 6 furlongs and having nothing left for the stretch? To me, of all the races tonight, stakes and non-stakes, this was going to be a jockey's race, and I think that's how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment, just because you do have a lot of tools to pick from with a lot of these 6 horses. So the riders are going to have to make, obviously, decisions early as to whether they go get on the pace or whether they try to tuck in and hope that they tire out. But given the fact that the front runners haven't been tiring out, I was hoping that maybe some of these horses that typically like to stalk the pace would go up and push the issue. Now, one of those could be Xavier Dave on the inside. Bayou Benny has that capability, although he's typically been a little further back lately. Outrun him even last time was right on the pace. So if they all decide that they don't want to let the Alligator get away with things, then Devil Vision is a very usable horse in here from off the pace. But so is Paul's pick, because Vinny's a Canuck on the outside. He's just a head away from winning the Minnesota Derby last year.
Yeah, both the 5 and 6, to me, if the pace gets hot, have an advantage, because if the pace gets hot, the front runners are going to be vulnerable. If one of the front runners is able to get to the front and settle things down, they're gone. We've seen it play out that way twice already tonight. It's very imposing watching the owner of the Alligator Hunter stare us down while we analyze the race with neither one of us on his horse. I'm not really comfortable right now talking about this race. I'm being stared down by Pete Mattson, and he looks awfully confident. So if you're handicapping our analysis and you're listening to us tell you that Pete Mattson is staring daggers at Angela Herman and myself, you may want to just go bet the alligator hunter, because all this guy does is win. I'm nervous right now. I need security down here right now.
I think he just probably wanted to ensure that we didn't pick the alligator hunter because it worked so well in the Glitter Star. But I'm trying to take a look at everybody as they come around. And did anybody stand out to you as acting sort of, catching your eye, or maybe that you would stay away? Is there anything that you noticed out here walking around? Because I certainly like the looks of mine.
Yeah, I was going to say the best-looking horse I see in the grounds is the 5. Maybe the runner-up would be the 6. They both look just turned out beautifully. But honestly, they all look good. The alligator hunter sometimes doesn't really show his hand in the paddock, but he looked good as well. To me, it's going to come down to the first turn. I can't wait to get out there and watch him warm up. We'll analyze that together at the finish line. I'm very curious to see what Gallardo does with Xavier Dave inside. To me, that opening 2 furlongs might dictate who wins. It's a tough race to handicap, because if you like the speed, which one do you like? If you like the closers, which closer gets the trip? It's a jockey's race. Pick your favorite jockey. See who's going to win a stakes race. It's the Wally's Choice for $65,000. Somebody is running into the history books. You can win right with them if you get your bets in now. Race 6 coming up. Race 6 coming at you. Race 6 next.
The call to the post brings the runners on the track for the $65,000 Wally's Choice, and here they are. Number 1 is Xavier Dave, ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. The owner is Linda Bush, the trainer Mac Robertson. This is our Race 6 Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner, groomed wonderfully by George Roman. Thank you very much, George, and good luck, Xavier Dave. Number 2 is Bayou Benny, ridden by Harry Hernandez for Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, the trainer, Gary Shearer. Number 3 is the defending champion. He is the Alligator Hunter, owned by Pete Mattson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla trains. Constantino Roman has the call. Jermaine Bridgemahan rides number 4, Outrun 'em, for Gayatri Rampatara and trainer Edgar Espinoza. Mac Robertson also has number 5, Devil's Vision, for owner John Mentz and jockey Lindy Wade. Luis Valenzuela rides number 6, 'Cause Vinny's a Canuck, owned by Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. Vinny is trained by Joe Burnt. It's the 29th running of the Wally's Choice. It's 5 minutes from now.
All right, race fans, another stakes race, $65,000 on the line for the Wally's Choice. I'm on the 1. I love this horse. I love the way he's warming up right now. I watched him closely as he kind of galloped out after the post parade. I love the way he looks. What do you think of your horse, Devil's Vision?
I definitely like the way that he looked. I like the way that he warmed up. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell that this horse has had the time off that he's had. Might still need the race, and this might not be the ideal track, as we've seen front runners do very well. But I think we get a good performance out of him. They still have to run down the Alligator.
And the Alligator should be on the lead. And we do have to note that both the earlier 2 stakes races were won on the front end. And the Alligator Hunter figures to be the horse to catch as they bank around that turn. So I like the 1, you like the 5. We know the 3 is going to be there. Outside of those 3, do you have another horse that could be sneaky here, because we've seen back-to-back upsets in the stakes?
Well, I would say Xavier Dave probably. If you get a look at him on the track, he is getting kind of warm, but he still looks like he's holding his energy. He just wants to get going and do this. Last time he pulled, I guess, a mild upset in a 3-horse race. Today, he brings it back to the dirt. I think he's got a big shot to win this, too, in similar fashion that he won that one.
The other horse I want to talk about real quickly is Paul Allen's tout. That's the 6, because Vinny's a Canuck. I thought he looked great in the paddock, and there he is right there on the screen warming up. And I got news for you. If they go quick, that horse can pick him up and lay him down, and it's Lothenbach and it's Joel Burnt. And Paul Allen, as you call the race, that's the horse you touted. Hard to believe, but it's 9-1 on a Joel Burnt with 65 large on the line. This should be a fantastic race. Enjoy the call.
Yes, thank you. And there have been upsets in the first 2 stakes races. We had a 1-9 favorite in the first, the Oaks, and that one was defeated by Thunder's Rock and Roll. And Alonso Quinones, who rode that one, came back and pulled an upset on She's My Warrior, beating a heavy favorite in the Glitter Star, and did so at 5-1. So the Alligator Hunter, the defending champion for one of our prized and greatly appreciated owners of horses here, Pete Matson. Tim Padilla also owns the Alligator Hunter. And in the She's My Warrior victory, well, those were the exact connections. Pete Matson, Tim Padilla, and Tim trains. Now Constantino Roman is riding the Alligator Hunter. Xavier Dave should be a handful, looking to win 3 in a row. And because Vinny's a Canuck, off his game the last couple, but for me, this would be a distance play where I think you can trust because Vinny's a Canuck at this distance. But you're right, KG, they're going to have to back up some, and there will have to be a speed duel for because Vinny's a Canuck, trained by our leading man, Joel Burnt, to get the money here. But you're right, that's a very generous price at 10-1. Devil Vision catches the eye as they walk up to the gate. Impeccably prepared, off a layoff, salt to the earth, rides this one. And Devil Vision last won a $50,000 claimer at Keeneland. I mean, that's a tall task winning that race, and he was up to the task. We'll see who was up to the task to win the 29th Wally's Choice, because they're at the gate and it's post time. Now, this race used to be the Minnesota Classic on Festival Day and had a name change in honor of the great Wally's Choice. Wally's Choice had a final time of 141.74 in 2004 in this race, and that is not only a stakes record, it's a track record. Wally's Choice won this race 2 consecutive years for the late, great Kurt Sampson, 04 and 05. Last one in, because Vinny's a Canuck. A 6-pack for the 29th Wally's Choice. And here they are. And they're racing. And the Alligator Hunter puts the pedal to the metal right out of the gate. And the defending champion says, come and catch me if you want to take down 65 large. It's the Alligator Hunter 2. Xavier Dave looking to win 3 in a row. Now taken to the outside by Eduardo Gallardo. Still 2 in arrears from the Alligator Hunter, and the pace picks up. The Alligator Hunter going rather quickly. Bayou Benny 6 out of it and about 1 clear from Outrun 'em. Then we come back to the stretch runners. Devil Vision off the layoff to the inside of Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, and they're 10 lengths rearmost, and they're chasing the Alligator Hunter, who bumps that leading margin to 3, and he's doing it responsibly. The Alligator Hunter in the middle stage is 3 from Zavy Dave, who's being niggled at. Outside of that, Outrun'em's making a move. Inside, Devil Vision's making a move. Bayou Benny is being shuffled back. In fact, is last now. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck looking for a way through, 6 out of it. And they're chasing the defending champion in the Wally's Choice. They are chasing the Alligator Hunter, who's still clear. Zavy Dave ships all in, and the Alligator Hunter runs away by 2. He's on his game. The Alligator Hunter leads it, and it's a commanding lead as they head for home. After that, Devil Vision, Bayou Benny re-engages. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck not doing enough, and likewise for Outrun'em. It is on top, the Alligator Hunter. Zavy Dave wants to give him a try again, and he's giving everything. The Alligator Hunter, Zavy Dave is so game, but it's not going to be good enough. The Alligator Hunter wins the Wally's Choice in back-to-back fashion. Photo finish. Number 3, the Alligator Hunter, ran first. 3:156. Unofficially, 1:42.42 is the final time. That is the fastest time in this race since Wally's Choice. The classic horse after whom the race was named ran 1:42.51. Or the track record, 1:41.74. The Alligator Hunter, super impressive. It's official. On to the 7th. Scratch number 4. JJ's Wildcat. The 7th is our penultimate, and it also begins Dr. Dan's Daily Double. Post time, 24 minutes from now. Canterbury Park would like to thank Dick Sanitation, Gallagher, and Greystone Construction for 2023 sponsorship. Once again, this race is named for Wally's Choice, a Canterbury Park Hall of Famer, bred in Minnesota by the late and great Kurt Sampson. Wally's Choice was owned with Kurt, along with Wally and Joyce McNeil. Wally's Choice won multiple stakes at Canterbury, holds the track record for 1 mile and a 16th on the main track, and is one of only 4 Minnesota breds to win a graded stakes race. In the winner's circle, making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Wally's Choice, is Kent Holm with Certainteed Corporation. Designed to work together, the Certainteed family of products provides countless options to create the space you've always dreamed about. The Alligator Hunter goes back-to-back in the Wally's Choice and is in the winner's circle with Constantino Roman. The winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla, and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. The Alligator Hunter is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Overanalyze out of Garden Gloves. And the winner was bred in Minnesota by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. That is 2 stakes victories for the mare Garden Gloves. Race 7 in 21 minutes. In the winner's enclosure, here's Angela.
So it's bad news.
Hi, we're down here with Pete Madsen. You've probably seen a lot of his silks in the winner's circle. Now I've captured him here with my iron grip. Now, you've had a very good day. You've had a lot of very good Maiden Minnesota festival days. What is it like to race in Minnesota and to see a horse that you've seen right from day one put together the career that he's put together?
Well, it's very, very satisfying. You know, it's a lot of fun, and when they're born, they're little babies, and, you know, you're just impressed because they can walk around on the day they're born and whatever. But then to grow up and get trained and run against your friends' horses and win a trophy. It took a long time to win the first one. And so it's very satisfying. So I need to thank everybody for coming here and supporting our racing here at Canterbury in Minnesota.
Now, the Alligator Hunter has gone about things a different way. At times, he's come from off the pace. Today, took it right to them from the start, and the Alligator Hunter pretty much had it wrapped up right out of the gate. Did you have any nervous moments when Xavier Dave came up to him in the stretch? He's a fighter.
The one horse has beaten us twice, the last 2 times. So I was plenty worried about him closing because I knew that he was a good closer.
The Alligator Hunter's got a lot of fight to him. He won the stretch 4 today. I'm sure it won't be the last time we see you or him down here in the winner's circle, Pete.
Hopefully in about 3 races.
Congratulations. The Alligator Hunter takes them all the way in the Wally's Choice.
racing, and the Alligator Hunter puts the pedal to the metal right out of the gate, and the defending champion says, come and catch me if you want to take down 65 large. It's the Alligator Hunter 2. Xavier Dave looking to win 3 in a row, now taken to the outside by Eduardo Gallardo. Still 2 in arrears from the Alligator Hunter, and the pace picks up. The Alligator Hunter going rather quickly. Bayou Benny 6 out of it, and about 1 clear from Outrun'em. Then we come back to the stretch runners. Devil Vision off the layoff to the inside of Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, and they're 10 lengths rearmost, and they're chasing the Alligator Hunter, who bumps that leading margin to 3, and he's doing it responsibly. The Alligator Hunter in the middle stage is 3 from Xavier Dave, who's being niggled at. Outside of that, Outrun'em's making a move. Inside, Devil Vision's making a move. Bayou Benny is being shuffled back. In fact, his last now, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, looking for a way through, 6 out of it. And they're chasing the defending champion in the Wally's Choice. They are chasing the Alligator Hunter, who's still clear. Xavier Dave ships all in, and the Alligator Hunter runs away by 2. He's on his game. The Alligator Hunter leads it, and it's a commanding lead as they head for home. After that, Devil Vision, Bayou Benny re-engages. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck not doing enough, and likewise for Outrun'em. It is on top, the Alligator Hunter. Xavier Dave wants to give him a try again, and he's giving everything. The Alligator Hunter, Xavier Dave is so game, but it's not going to be good enough. The Alligator Hunter wins the Wally's Choice in back-to-back.
Three stakes races, 3 flag fall to that's all wire-to-wire winners, and now we sail on to race 7, a non-stakes event. It's a late daily double that concludes with maybe the best betting race of the entire card. The Minnesota Derby Race 8 is loaded. Awesome handicapping endeavor. So if you're going to hit the double, you got to hit the first half of the double, which starts right here. We scratch the 4, and here they are. Number 1 is Direct Action. Barejas gets the call from Miguel Angel Silva. And, hey, I went back in the past performances. I see that Johnny Up beat this horse handily when they last met, but I do get a feeling that Direct Action maybe needed that race, came back, won his second race off the layoff. Last time out, ran a really good race on the turf against St. Charles, who is so sharp right now. I like the 1. I think the 1's got a chance to upset the apple card here. I don't think it's going to be a huge price, but at 7-2, I'll take a chance with an upset here on Direct Action. Number 2 is A Risky Situation for Bobby Klein. Kelsey Haar, the go-to rider, takes the mount here as she enjoys her cake pot from Paul Allen. She's ready to rock and roll. Big closer, speed-filled race. Kelsey should be rolling when they turn down the Canterbury stretch, and she's taking money too. 10-1 morning line on the board at 4-1. Horse to beat, no doubt about it, with those beautiful purple and gold Viking silks. It's Johnny Up for Johnny Metz. Eduardo Gallardo for Mac Robertson. Angela loves this horse. I see why. Superstats Dave loves this horse. I get it. And the only question I had is, this horse hadn't raced since December, came here in June and crushed, beating my pick, Direct Action, and now we haven't seen the horse since. So the layoff to me was a little bit conspicuous. If the 3 runs his race, they're going to be chasing his tail likely, but I have a sneaky feeling the 1 can turn the tables, and that's why I'm on that horse. But I respect the backers of the Mac Charge from post 3. Number 5 is Heavenly Gazebo. Izzy Hernandez has a nice win on the card, and hey, kudos to Izzy Hernandez. In that turf race 2 races back, his horse hopped at the start, missed the break by 3 or 4 lengths. He put the horse in the race. He did an awesome job, and he got that horse a win. So Izzy, well done on that ride. That was super impressive. This horse also has speed, maybe enough speed to make the lead, and tonight the lead has been a good thing on either surface. 6 is West Bay. Here comes Erica Murray. She gets the call here off a decent effort last time where they went quickly. I would say this is probably a little softer spot. We'll see what kind of jump this horse has out of the gate. Number 7 is Summer All Year. Constantino Roman, excellent ride on the Alligator Hunter. Tim Padilla, have a night. Boy, what a training job Timmy has done. It's been an awesome season for him. He's looking for his 3rd on the card. He's got a couple stakes wins. He's feeling good. And we'll see if Pete Matson's horse can once again end up in the winner's circle. I just feel so good that Pete's not staring me down right now. He's too busy counting all his money from the other 2 wins. Good luck. All right, $7,500 claimers, 6 furlongs, the bill of distance. We've got a late daily double that ends with the Minnesota Derby. We've got a lot of reasons for you to head to the window. Get your bets in right now. If you don't like the lines, download the First Bet app. That way you never have to leave your spot. You put the money in, you make your bets, and at the end of the night, you can withdraw your money. It's incredible. The First Bet app is the preferred app of the Sharpies up in the press box. So why don't you download that app and be like a Sharpie and cash your tickets on the First Bet app. Good luck here in the 7th. All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention right down here to the winner's circle. It is time. The Minnesota State Lottery wants to give somebody free money. And anytime free money is involved, the beautiful people come out and look at these lovely fans. You can see they've got a horse number in front of their beautiful faces. If that horse wins, $50 in scratch-off tickets from the Minnesota State Lottery. But the lottery wasn't done. Second and third get a swag bag. Who knows what could be in that swag bag? Maybe more scratch-off tickets. Your name and where you're from.
Antonia Shoreview.
All right, you've got my horse. You got my back. I got yours. We got an upset chance. This is going to be fun. Number 2 is a long shot. Your name and where you're from.
Brittany Chaska.
Purple and gold. The Hawks of Chaska looking to fly into the winner's circle. Your name.
Mitchell Chaska.
All right, now you've got the big favorite, Johnny Up. You got Paul Allen calling the races, Vikings Immortality. You got Purple and Gold Silks. Hashtag faith for you. Your name.
Zach.
From?
St. Paul.
St. Paul guy. Gotta love these St. Paul guys. All right, you've got a horse here that has early speed and is the longest shot on the board. All right, hang in there. Now, you got a Wolves hat on, so you're used to losing. That's okay. Your name and where you're from.
Joe Anoka.
Another long shot, Joe. Keep the faith. We saved the best for last. We got this guy over here videotaping us. Your name and where you're from.
Desiree Shakopee.
Have you ever heard Neil Diamond sing Sweet Desiree?
Of course I have.
I love that song. I know it's Sweet Caroline, but Desiree's a sweet song. All right, good luck to you and Neil Diamond and that handsome guy in the lime green. Fans, right now, you can bet one of these numbers and watch them go crazy as they get free money from the lottery, and you pack your wallets with cash from your winning bets. It's so much fun out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, on television monitors now, Risky Situation. This one is owned and trained by Robert Klein and groomed impeccably by David Garcia. Great work by Robert, great work by David. Thus, the 7th race, Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner. It is now post time for the 7th. Johnny Up is favored. And they're moving in line. Direct Action and Heavenly Gazebo. Now, Yip Yip Kip and West Bay. Johnny Up, favorite now 3-5. Summer All Year, last in line. A 6-pack for the penultimate. Good luck. And they're racing. Summer All Year out fast to the outside. Bookender, Direct Action out fast to the inside. And they're still sorting themselves out. And now Direct Action and Barajas take the lead by a length. After that, we have Johnny Up, and Johnny Up takes up the running about 2 lengths in arrears now. Risky Situation is right behind that one. Summer All Year to the outside of Johnny, and behind them, Heavenly Gazebo. The one in last is West Bay, and they head into the far turn, covered by 9, chasing the 1, looking to finish number 1 in the winner's circle. It's Direct Action at 3-2. Direct Action now attacked by Johnny Up, and Johnny Up is moving quickly. Around about the quarter pole, Johnny Up with those red blinkers takes the lead. Direct Action tries to fend the challenge. Summer All Year watching a good one from 6 out of it. Then it's Risky Situation, and things are looking up for Johnny right now. Direct Action heads to the outside, 2 lengths back. Summer All Year's finishing interestingly, but far out of it. Johnny Up and Eddie G. Direct Action. Summer All Year very late, but it's too late. Johnny Up indeed. Number 3, Johnny Up. First. Photo for the rest. The numbers 3 and 7. 3, 7, 1, 2. Race 7 is official. The 8th race is the $100,000 Minnesota Derby. No scratches. In the winner's circle, Johnny Up and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owner is John Mentz, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Johnny Up is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Majestic Perfection out of 5-star Swank. Bred in Minnesota by John Mentz. Minnesota Derby 22 minutes from now. And they're racing. Summer all year, out fast to the outside. Bookender, direct action, out fast to the inside. And they're still sorting themselves out. And now direct action and Barajas take the lead by a length. After that, we have Johnny Up. And Johnny Up takes up the running about 2 lengths in arrears now. Risky Situation is right behind that one. Summer all year to the outside of Johnny. And behind them, Heavenly Gazebo. The one in last is West Bay. And they head into the far turn, covered by 9, chasing the 1, looking to finish number 1 in the winner's circle. It's Direct Action at 3-2. Direct Action now attacked by Johnny Up, and Johnny Up is moving quickly. Around about the quarter pole, Johnny Up with those red blinkers takes the lead. Direct Action tries to fend the challenge. Summer all year watching a good one from 6 out of it. Then it's Risky Situation, and things are looking up for Johnny right now. Direct Action heads to the outside, 2 lengths back. Summer all year's finishing interestingly, but far out of it. Johnny Up and Eddie G. Direct Action. Summer all year very late, but it's too late. Johnny Up indeed. What an awesome day at Canterbury Park today. Maiden, Minnesota Day. You got the JJ jersey, Kirill Kaprizov represented, Angela representing pretty much all the teams, and most importantly, all of you wonderful Maiden, Minnesota fans. Big crowd tonight, very energetic and lively as usual. We're nothing without you, and we thank you. And we also thank the creator of this. The contraption you use to make a bunt cake. And this was made in Minnesota, just like the Post-it note and Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's Tonka toy crane. And the people credited with popularizing bunt cakes in 1946 were led by American businessman H. David Dahlquist and his brother Mark, who co-founded the cookware company Nordic Ware, based in St. Louis Park, Minnesota. So thus, the origin of the succulent and very tasty bunt cake in Minnesota. And this is what it looks like. And you know what? Minnesota pretty much handles everything. The stapler originated in Minnesota. Scotch tape originated in Minnesota. And once again, as did all you beautiful fans, including 2/3 of the STEAM team. One from Apple Valley, the other from Burnsville. And they are here to handicap the $100,000 Minnesota Derby. Angela, KG, take it away.
Yeah, Ange, this should be a humdinger. 3-year-olds, when you hear Derby, it's always a little extra exciting. And for these connections, they've been pointing to this race all summer. It isn't just about, okay, it's another night in August, let's just find a stakes race. They've been dreaming about winning the Minnesota Derby. I love the interview that Jeff Maiden put online, where we're in the barn with Tony Rengsdorf, and he's talked about being a Minnesota guy that grew up, not far from this racetrack, dreaming about having a Derby winner. He's yet to do that, but he's got the favorite here, and boy, wouldn't that be a great story.
It would be, and this horse has gone great guns this spring. I mean, he's really turned into a nice 3-year-old. He was a nice 2-year-old, but Sir Sterling has really stepped up his game this year. And when Lindy Wade, his rider, speaks about him, says that he does everything so easily. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if this horse throws in a monster race in the Minnesota Derby. But he does have the outside post to deal with. I mean, there are some challenges in his way, including some really sharp 3-year-olds with established route form to his inside.
Yeah, and I think the inside horse, we're good friends with Barry and Joni Butzo, and they put Jose Patio in here, and this is a young horse that seemed to get good here this summer at Canterbury, and the way that this track is playing, it's been all speed. Now, I'll acknowledge the outside horse is super fast, but so is Jose Patio, and the advantage that the one horse has is positioning, and if he can use that speed early, he could be a handful too.
Right. I think it is crucial to note the horses that did draw towards the inside, that being Jose Patio, next to West Island, who has a lot of speed, and next to Win Over Wyatt. We heard that interview with Nevada Litfin that he put this horse in a one-turn race, maybe get him a little sharper to go back in Derby and maybe show some speed early along. Some of the horses towards the outside don't employ that sort of tactic, with the exception of Sir Sterling. He usually has speed, but maybe he'll try something different today.
Well, I sure hope Pete Matson's watching and listening, because guess what, Pete? We're on your horse. We both like your 4-horse here. We weren't on the bandwagon earlier. We got chewed out. We got the darts as he stared at us. Now we jump on. If this horse doesn't win, we're going to feel like it's our fault. But I really do like Roses by Liam. I like the way this horse can finish a race. I like the foundation with this horse. And as I watch these horses come out of the saddling enclosure, this horse looks spectacular.
I'm getting a look at him right now. He does very much look the part. And I think that even if Roses by Liam isn't your favorite, he and Sir Sterling are going to be clear first and second choices, far away from everybody else. If you can find a way to beat these two, and there are possibilities, you are going to get a price on your horse that you probably won't get for quite some time if they perform to your prediction. Roses by Liam has put together races going around 2 turns against his own age group, but then went against older 2-back in the mud. Took him a little while to get by Barnfield, but he's done some things that aren't easy for a 3-year-old to accomplish that early on in their year. And Roses by Liam seemed to be able to both stay closer to the pace and finish off better than a lot of his counterparts when he went with a little bit more real estate.
And how about Tim Padilla? I mean, Timmy Padilla, another one of those mainstays here at Canterbury. He's already got 2 stakes wins. This would be his 3rd stakes win if this 4-horse, Roses by Liam, can get the job done. Now we're going to turn our attention to the outside horse, to number 8, Sir Sterling, because I really believe that the race absolutely goes through the number 8. I think at some point this 8 is going to have the lead. Most likely when they turn for home, the horse looks calm in the paddock. And what I love most about this horse, outside of the trainer, Tony Rengsdorf, is the rider, Lindy Wade. so patient in the saddle. And Angie, he's going to have to make some really important decisions in the first half of this race. And like Pat Day used to always say, you got to save a little something in a route race to win the race, and he'll have to do just that.
He will have to do just that, and Sir Sterling, at least from that outside post, probably won't get stuck behind horses, you would imagine. And if dirt in his face is not going to work out with Sir Sterling, at least from that outside post, he can try to avoid that by staying a few paths off the rail. Either way, Lindy Wade has got to know him quite well, thinks very highly of him, as does his trainer, and he is the horse to beat in the Minnesota Derby, and currently your 3-2 favorite with 10 minutes to post. Kevin and I are going to try to beat him. Won't be easy with the set of races he has composed this year, but there are some possibilities, and they'll be at good prices. And we'll find out in 10 minutes who is the next Minnesota Derby champion. Your wagering options are exactas, trifectas, superfectas. I mean, they were all made in Minnesota. This is the last one of the day. Get to the windows now, then get outside and watch the Minnesota Derby cap off our Made in Minnesota Day. You now have just under 10 minutes to make your bets, and they're heading out to the track now.
Hey, how about a round of applause for Lynn Dykert, the best bugler in the country. Thank you, Sir Leonard Dykert. See you tomorrow for the Wiener Dogs. And now we see the candidates for the $100,000 Minnesota Derby, and here they are. Number 1 is Jose Patio, ridden by Carlo Lopez for Barry and Joni Butzo. The trainer, Mike Beeler, and this is our Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award winner. This one is groomed by Aaron George. Thank you very much for everything you do, Aaron. Number 2 is West Island with Harry Hernandez for Suzanne Stables and Tony Rengstorff. Number 3 is Mary Moberg's Win Over Wyatt, trained by Minnesota-made Nevada Litvin, the jockey Jermaine Bridgemahan. Alonzo Quinones is hoping for his 3rd stakes victory today. Likewise for owner Pete Matson and trainer Tim Padilla. They have Roses by Liam. Number 5 is owned by Bob Lothenbach. This is It's Bob's Business, trained by Joel Burnt. Constantino Roman is in the irons. LAV, Luis Valenzuela rides number 6, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, for Tony Didier and trainer Bruce Ricken. Lothenbach Stables also has number 7, Rejection Hurts, also trained by Joel Burnt. Adamar Santos rides this one. Number 8, Sir Sterling, looks to win for a 4th consecutive time, owned by Chad Keene and trained by Tony Rengstorff. Sir Sterling trying to salt away a Minnesota Derby victory with Lindy Wade. Contentious field for the $100,000 Minnesota Derby. They'll be to the gate 5 minutes from now. Don't get shut out, and bet more, win more. let's handicap the 30th Minnesota Derby. And on the track by the finish line, 2/3 of the Steam team, Angela Herman and Kevin Gorg. Angela adorned in Minnesota North Stars garb. And Kevin Gorg, an elite hockey mind, your favorite North Stars goalie, Gilly Malash or Don Beaupre?
I loved them both, but Gilles Malash was my guy. I've still got a signed sweater from the 1980 playoff run that Malash and the North Stars had. I love the green and gold, but I've got to be a Carrillo guy today, and I love this racetrack, Ange. I know this racetrack is fair, but we have seen an awful lot of horses go wire to wire. We are both on a horse in the 4-horse, Roses by Liam, that's going to be nowhere near the lead, and I really like the way this horse is warming up.
Well, and I feel like some of those horses that have come home in front have just followed through with their regular form. Horses traditionally here do better if they have a little bit of early speed, even if they're not on the lead all the way. Here, we do have horses with early speed, but we don't have some of the specialists entered in here. Nobody's really a specialist at going 2 turns on the dirt yet because they haven't done it so much. But we try to just find the horse that did have some form doing it. That's how we got to Roses by Liam. And regardless of style, I think this might be an opportunity for them to level the playing field, those off-the-pace runners.
And I really think the race within the race is the 2 best horses on paper are Roses by Liam, a closer, and Sir Sterling, the speed to the outside. Now, the inside 2 horses might go, and Jose Patio looked awesome warming up from the paddock to where we are right now. But, PA, I love a race where the best 2 horses have contrasting styles, and I can't wait to see what Lindy Wade does on that 8. And how about Quinones? He and Padilla, along with Pete Madsen, going for a hat trick. That's a Kirill Kaprizov special. A hat trick on Maiden, Minnesota night. You get to call it, my boy. Enjoy.
But Malash might have stopped them all. So please keep that in mind and strongly consider it. This race is fascinating with Sir Sterling looking to win 4 in a row and trying 2 turns for the first time in his career. The intel is that he's training spectacularly up to this race. Thus the 8-5, tough to get around Matson, Padilla, and Q on Minnesota May Day, specifically with that upsetter to begin festivities shortly after 5 Central. Thunder's Rock and Roll pulled an upset over a 1-9 shot. Then She's My Warrior won for these connections. And now they will try to coax Roses by Liam into the winner's enclosure. Jose Patio, interestingly priced at 13-1. Carlo Lopez rides this one for trainer Mike Beeler, who has 997 wins in his HOF training career. Barry and Joni Butzo have been known to win big races. And we welcome Harry the Hitman to Canterbury Park. Welcome, little buddy, and thanks for being festive on Minnesota May Day. Also, a deep thank you to John Mickelson of our television department for all of the wonderful Maiden, Minnesota ideas. Hopefully we executed them to your delight. And Maiden, Minnesota Day comes to a conclusion shortly as the horses are very close to the starting gate. This is a $100,000 stakes race, and we have 8 battling. Could be a good superfecta race for you. The first Minnesota Derby was won in 1988 at Canterbury Downs by one of the greats, Blair's Cove, ridden by Larry Melanson. Most recently, Love the Nest. That's a beast. That's a monster, one of the better horses we've seen at Canterbury in the last decade. Love the Nest won last year for Bob Lothenbach. Rye Eccleberry rode that one to victory for trainer Joel Burnt. The Alligator Hunter was the 2021 Derby champion, and he won the Wally's Choice earlier today. Two back. Now 1 out. Sir Sterling, 3-2. The second choice behind Roses by Liam. Sir Sterling goes in, stand by for the 30th Minnesota Derby. And there he racing, and all 8 Minnesota made came off in stylish fashion. Jose Patio at 25-1, flashing terrific speed. Sir Sterling looking to win 4 in a row and trying 2 turns for the first time, revs up from that 8th spot, and Sir Sterling's on the move to the outside of Jose Patio. Inside of them is Win Over Wyatt, now joined by It's Bob's Business, and between runners is West Island. West Island is about 3 lengths from the lead, and now Roses by Liam. The rider has the red helmet cover, steadily advancing to the outside of Win Over Wyatt. After that, West Island's beginning to head south, overtaken by Rejection Hurts, and the one in last is Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. Up the barn side they go for 100 large, and it's Jose Patio leading the bookender Sir Sterling, and Sir Sterling is attacking this long shot, and now they put 2 lengths on It's Bob's Business, who means business, and Bob's on the move. Roses by Liam is now to the inside of It's Bob's Business and is sequestered. Those 4 are covered by 2 and have gone far clear from Win Over Wyatt. Around about the quarter pole in the $100,000 Minnesota Derby. Sir Sterling's on the grind. Jose Patio still right there. Roses by Liam has his mind on running, and this Rose is in full bloom into the final furlong. Jose Patio watches Roses by Liam run away, and Alonzo Quinones, Pete Matson, and Tim Padilla have tripled on Minnesota Made Day. Roses by Liam is the Derby champion. Three stakes race victories for the Connections. First in the 8th is number 4, Roses by Liam. It's 4-1-5 and a photo for 4th. Attention, those in front of us, a loose horse coming your way. Moment of truth. We got him. Rider Constantino Roman, flung from this cantankerous 5, is walking around under his own power, so the rider's okay. Likewise for the horse. Win Over Wyatt 4th. We welcome to the winner's enclosure Chris Mers. He is our Senior Director of Racing, and he has the trophy presentation to the winning owner and connections of the Minnesota Derby. put a Q around Minnesota Maid Day. Roses by Liam to the winner's enclosure. 3 stakes victories for Alonzo Quinones. Likewise for owner Pete Matson and trainer Tim Padilla. Roses by Liam is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Lion's Map out of Congrats and Roses. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner Pete Matson and Bruce Malkerson. Family Day tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We race wiener dogs tomorrow, our final dog racing qualification heats before the Bark in the Park Labor Day weekend, where all breeds race each other. We're talking about Dachshunds and Bulldogs and Basset Hounds and Corgis. That's Labor Day weekend. Wiener dog racing tomorrow as part of Family Day. Before you leave Canterbury, consider stopping by our casino. Play some blackjack or Texas Hold'em, maybe 3-card poker. We have it all in the fully air-conditioned Canterbury Casino. Two of the hottest guys in Shakopee, Pete Matson and Alonzo Quinones, are with Gorgomatic.
Yeah, what a night for these two gentlemen. Along with Tim Padilla, it is the hat trick. And Alonzo, another huge stakes win. What's it mean to you to ride for trainers like Tim Padilla and owners like Mr. Matson?
That's all it is. I want to thank God, first of all, for the opportunity and for winning 3 stakes. And thank Pete. All you need is a horse. I mean, 90% of the game is the horses. You got to take the horses all the time.
Well, you're being a little modest because I just watched that replay and you saved every inch of ground on a racetrack that had been very speed friendly. Take us through your trip and what your process was, thinking about how you had to get this horse in a position to do what he did in the stretch.
Well, honestly, I didn't know what was going to happen. I was hoping for a nice and clean break and be able to follow the first 2 front runners, you know, and go from there because I know they were going to at least be in front turning for home. So from there, I'm like, I got to figure out what I'm going to do, stay inside or swing him out, and it worked out perfect.
Awesome, Dave. Congrats on those 3 wins. Pete?
One more thing. I want to say happy birthday to my son. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I told him I was going to have a busy day here, so at least it was worth it. But happy birthday.
Extra birthday gifts when you win 3 races, especially when they're $100,000 races. And Pete, I know, you talked about it with Angela, breeding these horses, they're a part of your family, and pointing to days like this. You want to have good horses, but you want them to be their very best when the lights are brightest, like tonight. How satisfying is this for you?
Very. Couldn't be better.
And when you have a horse like Roses by Liam, what makes this horse tick? Because watching that horse go from the far turn of the wire and open up 5 lengths like that, that is a really, really nice racehorse.
Well, what we didn't mention is that she's a sister of the winner last year.
Wow. So you've got the bloodlines.
The brother of the horse last year that I sold to Bob Lothenbach.
Well, it's unbelievable, and it's
this one I didn't sell.
And it's not a mystery that Pete Matson has green silks because everything he touch is the color of money, especially on Derby Day here. 3 wins on Minnesota Maiden Day, and it capped off by the Minnesota Derby victory for Roses by Liam.
And all 8 Minnesota Maid came off in stylish fashion. Jose Patio at 25-1. Flashing terrific speed. Sir Sterling looking to win 4 in a row and trying 2 turns for the first time. Revs up from that 8th spot, and Sir Sterling's on the move to the outside of Jose Patio. Inside of them is Win Over Wyatt, now joined by It's Bob's Business. In between runners is West Island. West Island is about 3 lengths from the lead, and now Roses by Liam. The rider has the red helmet cover, steadily advancing to the outside of Win Over Wyatt. After that, West Island's beginning to head south, overtaken by Rejection Hurts, and the one in last is Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. Up the barn side they go for 100 large, and it's Jose Patio leading the bookender Sir Sterling, and Sir Sterling is attacking this long shot, and now they put 2 lengths on It's Bob's Business, who means business, and Bob's on the move. Roses by Liam is now to the inside of It's Bob's Business and is sequestered. Those 4 are covered by 2 and have gone far clear from Win Over Wyatt. Around about the quarter pole in the $100,000 Minnesota Derby. Sir Sterling's on the grind. Jose Patio still right there. Roses by Liam has his mind on running, and this rose is in full bloom into the final furlong. Jose Patio watches Roses by Liam run away, and Alonzo Quinones, Pete Matson, and Tim Padilla have tripled on Minnesota Maid Day. Roses by Liam is the Derby champion.